We're here for the final afternoon of racing for the 2024 season of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Yes, we've completed 5 rounds. It's the 6th and final one, and championships still to be decided in these final 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, super exciting already. Everyone's had a race this morning, and it's still down to the line. 2 people left in contention in Formula RX8 and the Legends as well.
Yeah, Legend Cars Australia at the moment doubles up as an Australian title as well as their championship round. So Ryan Pring is currently leading both of those. He's had a race win already here this weekend, but this morning's race was incredible. Rob Hogan, though, unfortunately went back down the field. Who is his closest contender?
Yeah, really exciting reverse race grid this morning for the Legends. So a few people out of position and a lot of passing, so really exciting. But yeah, Pring is just slowly starting to look good, isn't he?
But next to us is the silverware, of course, for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle car framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. It's their championship decider, and Josh Haynes, well, he's just extended that lead a little bit, and he doesn't have to do too much more to clinch this championship for the first time ever.
Yeah, very exciting for him. Of course, they've had a great year, and you know, Brad Gartner's done it to the last minute, but it might be slowly slipping away.
Mark Crutcher is doing an absolute masterclass, which is the class he's currently winning as well. The number 4 wasn't a great start this morning, of course. Well, let's check out some of our highlights, though, of the race.
Race number 2 this morning at One Raceway. And it was pretty busy off the race start on board here with Robbie Farr. Josh Haynes getting the early lead. A little bit of contact there between Zach Lachalpo and Mark Crutcher, and it continued on track, and there was just an awkward exchange between the two. Just the slightest of touches, and the 21 was off in the dust, and that would end his race. DSO looked at it afterwards and saw there was nothing in that. Unfortunately for Crutcher, in the dusty conditions, just lost the rear end of the car, out of position 4 in car number 4. He would rejoin, but further down the field. The battle of the race really was between Michael Coulter and Robbie Farr for the 7th position. It was a really entertaining battle as they went at it. Robbie Farr just his 2nd time in a circuit car, holding off Michael Coulter with a lot more circuit racing experience. Aaron Prosser went off the track just up ahead of them in the 5th position, and that race-long battle continued between the two. A little break lock up there for Robbie Farr. Meanwhile, out in front, Josh Haynes was being chased down by Brad Gartner, who was a little bit further back through the field. So Coulter was faster in a couple of different places than Robbie Farr, and they would continue that battle on towards the end of the race. Josh Haynes, he could see Brad Gartner was closing the gap. He got some faster laps going. Danny Reedy had a tyre go down and went off track and damaged the front end of the race car. I believe he will not make the start. Little clash here between Coulter and Farr. I think they both still had a smile on their face at about this stage. It was a really entertaining battle, and they both really enjoyed themselves out there for the best battle on the racetrack for race number 2. But out in front, championship elect Josh Haynes taking the victory by a couple of seconds over Brad Gartner. They traded the lap record over the entire race distance, but Josh Haynes in the box seat for the championship win. Just needs to finish this next race with 120 points for grabs. To the gap back to Gartner is 120 points.
Well, Brad Gartner, after yesterday where we saw him have struggle off the start line there where he went back a number of positions, he jumped forward 3 positions on that first corner and fought his way back into second. He was really driving that car hard.
And him and Josh again were just exchanging fastest laps, and Josh just got the goods done at the last minute.
It was really hard for Mark Crutcher. He had to spin in that one. But for me, it was the battle between Robbie Farr and Michael Coulter. Wasn't that entertaining to watch?
Yeah, they were at it for the whole race. It was really, really good. Swapping positions, like 2 cars wide. It was really exciting. Yeah,
for a moment there, they went door to door. I didn't know what was going to happen. Zach Lachalpo, though, he was very fast in the races yesterday. He's got a bit of work to do because a little bit of contact with Mark Crutcher. He spun out early in the Tempest Solutions 21, so he'll be coming back of the grid.
And a brilliant drive by Sam Bates as well, up in P3, and only a couple of tenths slower than the 2 lead cars.
Well, there's so much more to play for this afternoon. Not only is it a championship, but we've also got to decide who's going to be runner-up. We've got our rookie of the season as well as our Serco Masterclass. It's all about to unfold. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action's going to get hot. Okay, you're an influence. Have a look at this fantastic one Raceway. It's been rejuvenated here. A couple of new corners as well as you go down the back into the bowl section. Turns 11, 12 and 13. The sun is shining and we're here for our final afternoon of racing for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Want to find out what it's like to get around these 13 corners? Let's get on board with Hayden Jackson and have a look.
G'day guys, Hayden Jackson here, giving you a lap around one Raceway. Coming onto the main straight here, plucking third gear, coming across the start-finish line into fourth gear, sweeping across into turn one, on the brakes at the kink, back down to third gear, breezing the apex here, starting to pick up the throttle slowly. As we hit this second apex, you're hard back on the throttle, watch the slide, coming into turn four here, back on the picks, over the curve, back down to second, breezing on the throttle on the exit of turn 5 here, and then down into 6, slight touch of the brake, hard on the throttle now, going through turn 7, sort of breezing on that brake, hard on the throttle again through 8, hard on the picks into 9, watch out for that inside locking, slow sweeper here, it's a gradual throttle on, and then as you're coming up here, you're getting ready for turn 10, it's just a tab of the brake and then hitting that curb, hard on the throttle, on the apex and on the outside, and then sweep across to the right for turn 11. Watch that slide, going through the newly revised turn 12 and 13. Waiting for that long apex, hard on the throttle now, smash the curb on the exit, and that's all that for one Raceway.
Well, there you go. That's how you negotiate the brand new resurfaced one Raceway here in Goulburn. Yes, we're just a couple of hours southwest of Sydney and not too far out of Canberra either, just over an hour. And great to see all of our teams getting prepared. The umbrellas are up because it is quite sunny and warm out there. So let's head down to where the sun is beaming on pit lane.
Mark Crutcher, a bit of an excursion in the first race today. I saw the guys doing a last-minute wheel alignment. You all good?
Yeah, all good. Ran out of talent on turn 4 and it got a bit dusty.
Was there oil on the track?
That's what I'm going with.
And now you've got the cutest little pit crew supporting you here.
I've got Ruby and Ryan here. They're shy like me. You can see them trying to get on TV. Yeah.
Very good. So what's the plan for this one?
Listen, head down. There's a lot of pace around me. Hopefully I can get up a couple of positions, but they're going to be very hard to overtake. There's a lot of talent in this field, so we'll give it a rip and hopefully stay in the black stuff.
Well, there's a title happening here.
There is too, isn't there? Yeah, there's a bit happening. There's a bit to play for.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, Michael Coulter and Robbie Farr had the battle pack of the race at this morning. But Michael Coulter, unfortunately, you've been moved back one place because you just have a little track limits indiscretion on that final quarter on the final lap.
Yeah, we trying to find a few different lines here at one Raceway, and the Turf's Mustang's really a rocket. So watch out, Robbie Farr. I'm coming to the next one, but trying to find a few different lines for the Instagram and the Facebook pages.
Mate, you're an influencer because they've actually put a cone down there now to stop it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm going to start up my own traffic control company, I think. But just a quick one. So hi to Pa back at home, and hope you're doing well, mate. But looking forward to this next run. Bring it on.
Have a good run, mate. Mal, who you got?
Hayden Jackson, second row, P4. You must be feeling a podium's close.
I hope so. It'll be our first podium in the dry. No, we're really liking this track. The car's suiting it really well, so fingers crossed we can make a spot or two up.
Well, Well, I'm sure those pre-race dances I see you do before you get in the car must be worth a tenth or two.
Oh, 100%. The pre-race warm-up's really good. I love it. It's so much fun.
Fantastic. Have a good race.
Thank you very much.
Mal, I have found Mark Spencer here at the back of the grid. This is his first TA2 race in the beautifully turned out Dodge Challenger. And Mark, your first race, but also happy birthday to you, brother.
Thank you. It's taken 54 years to get here, and it's certainly a wild ride out here.
Have you been enjoying your first experience with TA2? Because I know you've taken it a little conservatively, but you're learning some lines and you're learning these cars.
New track, new lines, new car, fantastic car. Yeah, it's a lot to take in when you're over 50.
Well, mate, everyone wishes you a happy birthday. Have a great run in this run.
Sam Bates, starting from P3, you're only a couple of tenths slower than these guys in the last race, so can you give it to them this time?
Yeah, well, I was conserving my tyres in the race before, but now we put the good ones on, so I'll have a crack.
And you've lost your umbrella guy.
Yeah, I know, I'm getting sunburnt now.
Well, it'd be fantastic if it was a three-way race. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there is a championship in play, of course, and this is the man. We're coming down to our two final races, Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Eyes forward, what's the plan?
Yeah, look, I've actually probably haven't been this nervous in a long time, even though all we have to do is finish. But, yeah, look, 2 races ahead, a lot can happen, and we just need to be smart. But, yeah, looking forward to a good race.
Good luck, mate. Have a great run.
No, he doesn't want to do it.
And that's it. It's all down to this race for his championship. He just needs to bring the car home. Of course, if he comes home in 12th position, he'll still get himself 35 points. He needs 2. Really, that's all he needs to make sure he clinches this victory.
I was just going off what his dad Steve told me this morning. Just need to finish this first one this morning and had it done. But like, there's literally 2 points is the difference at the moment. Like that's how little the difference is. 118 points, the difference with 120 points online. On board with Brad Gardner going into this one, and we're all looking forward to this. Haynes and Gardner off the front row side by side for the first time actually not the first time this weekend, the second time, but Gardner got a handful of no gears in the race 1 yesterday.
Well, the other one is Mark Crutcher in the number 4. Watch out for him because he is currently sitting 3rd in the championship points now. They've just gone past Graham Cheney, who was 2nd coming into this weekend. Unfortunately, his son racing up on the Gold Coast hasn't been able to make it here with the team. So Mark Crutcher is going to give himself in a championship position there in 3rd position. Also looks like he might get the Serco Masterclass as well. And of course, is the Racetec Rookie of the Year, which Danny Reedy, I think he's got enough points to secure that now.
Yeah, absolutely. Reedy did not take the grid gear damage after the second race. Actually had a tyre let go down into turn 8 under brakes, ploughed off into the dirt and did quite a bit of damage to the front of the car with the splitter in the front nose. So they're resetting that, getting that all put together, and hopefully we'll see Danny back out for the final race of the weekend here at One Raceway.
Well, let's line them up and see how this grid is going to start up for race number 3 of the TFA Tyre TA2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec Steel Freighting. Josh Haynes off the front row with Brad Gardner alongside, so they will now reignite that battle they've had throughout the entire season. Sam Bates has got fresh tyres on out of 3rd with Hayden Jackson alongside, looking for his first podium in the dry. Then it's back to Aaron Prosser and Robbie Farr, Michael Coulter and Mark Crutcher in the 4th row, Mark Spencer and Zach Lachalpo on the 5th. Before we have Cam Sendall back in the development car out there doing some laps, and as we just heard, Danny Reedy unable to make it out for race number 3, and we're expecting to see him come back for race number 4.
Yeah, certainly in the wars. Robbie Farr, I spoke to him post-race. He was really happy. He enjoyed that battle with Michael Coulter. In places, Michael was certainly a lot faster, but what Robbie was happy about, he didn't actually make a mistake and give the opportunity for Coulter to really seize an opportunity. He was on the racing line, he was doing what he needed to do, but out of all of it, he just really enjoyed the battle with Coulter. Until Michael took a sneaky little shortcut over the backside of the circuit and got the run on him, which cost him a 5-second penalty post-race. Which, look, Michael took on the chin. He said, look, Robbie got a bit of understeer, slowed up through the centre of the corner. It was either go there or run into him, so I went go there, and it cost him 5 seconds.
Well, we'll see what he does this time. Of course, the witch's hat now out. So they have been taking note. You can just see him on the inside there as Brad Gardner went past. They're going to get 2 laps to warm up these tyres. It is only mere 2.35 kilometres around here, Jamie, and we were discussing this earlier, the smallest racetrack we've been to this season.
Yeah, look, the longest we've had is Shelby Power Motorsport Park at the Bend at 4.95 kilometres on the circuit we ran there. This is definitely the shorter one. Sydney Motorsport Park's still relatively long at 3.9, but Morgan Park at 2.9, Queensland Raceway at 3.1, Winton at 3Ks, and this one, it's a minuscule 2.35 kilometres long, but I tell you what, it's known as the nation's spectator track. I'm going to start calling it the action track because it is a fantastic little racetrack, probably more so for some of the smaller categories. Definitely the HyperX ones, the Legends, RX8s get around here pretty well. Look, definitely on the smaller side for the TA2s, but you watch a spectacular lap around here with one of these cars. It's pretty cool to watch.
They are very busy on the wheel as well, our drivers. There's really only one corner, which is turn 8, where they're going to get this back down into first gear, and the only opportunity they get to use top gear is down the main straight on a flying lap. So second and third gear getting absolutely punished throughout the racetrack. We're going to have a look at how they all negotiate that final 3 sequence of turns 11, 12 and 13, because there has been probably 2 or 3 unique lines that go through there, and depending on where they are and who they're behind is what they're going to take to try and slingshot them down the straight, as we see our Hyundai safety car lead us away, and it looks like we're about to get underway with race number 3 of the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. The 2 young guns, Josh Haynes and Brad Gartner, reignite this battle they've had all season as they come onto the main straight. They are side by side and queued up, ready to go. They'll get into their grid positions and they'll wait for that light to go green. Hayden Jackson looking in the 81 right behind Brad Gartner. Can he follow him around the outside? Josh Haynes will get the inside run, but throw in Sam Bates to the mix, who's been super quick and on fresh rubber, and we are underway with this race. Let's see how they go into turn number 1, and they're all under brakes. Josh Haynes leads us in, and where has Brad Gartner gone? Has he had that issue again with changing gears?
He was well down and out of order. He's probably 3rd, maybe even 4th. Haynes definitely with the advantage. Down into turn number 1 off the race start. Gartner, no, he has slotted back into 2nd, but yeah, definitely didn't look like he got the best of starts. So temperature-wise, a little bit hotter than yesterday, but there is a bigger breeze going right across the racetrack. We didn't have any breeze here yesterday, so slightly different conditions as Brad Gartner's on the back bumper of the Herzog Steel Mustang on lap number 1, looks to the inside through turn number 10 on the approach to the backside of the circuit. They're leaning on each other. Whoa.
It's all happening in the lead here as Brad Gartner's trying to impose his authority very, very early. Josh Haynes doing a nice job to hold him out. Depending on what they're going to run on tyre temperatures, they may need a couple more laps to get him into that really sweet spot where they like the grippiness, how they like it throughout the entire day here. Brad Gartner has a little on the outside, sets him up slightly differently. I don't know how much is marbled up on the outside today. Yesterday afternoon we saw some issues. He comes firing down the inside and gets a whole lot of curve, and the car slides out. The Hi-Tec Oils 22 looking for any gap to get past. The Man of Steel himself, the Herzog number 37.
Oh, there's a little bit of contact. Gartner locked up the rears. Man, that was a big run through 1. He's not going to leave anything to the imagination. He is applying the blowtorch to Josh Haynes, who's got the lead out front, carrying a little bit of damage just to the left rear of the race car. There was a little bit of contact in a couple of spots there. I think actually down at turn 8, they ended up side by side on the previous lap. Sam Bates in there in 3rd. Prosser in 4th. So Prosser's got ahead of Hayden Jackson with Mark Crutcher in the 6th position.
Great to have Aaron Prosser having such a great run today. Obviously yesterday we saw some issues with the car where he dropped 2 wheels in the dirt and it got sucked to the inside, ended up shooting back across traffic, started rear of field this morning's race, and he's worked his way back through, and he's got Chris Pither in the back pocket this weekend helping him with the setup and driver coaching on that car. Have a look at Brad Gartner as we get back online, and it's hard under brakes and he almost overshoots. So there might have been a slight lock up there. I heard the Hoosiers howling in the background. Josh Haynes drives away, and that's where he can probably roll off the front a little bit in the corner for Josh Haynes and really get the drive out of there. He's got the advantage as the front car, as the lead car, because there's not a lot of room through the apex of these corners to get an overtaking manoeuvre done.
And Sam Bates is not letting Gartner get away. Gartner's using a whole heap of racetrack. And like the previous race earlier on today, the car just looks a little bit more unsettled, a little bit softer with the tyre pressures that are coming up. Both Haynes and Gartner set their best laps of the race as they were trading the lap record, which ended at a 1:00.08 with Gartner's advantage in race 2. They were trading their fastest lap times right at the end of the race, so they were both set up to come on a little bit later on over the 15 laps.
There's still a 20-lap race still to come this afternoon for these TA2 muscle cars, so it's not all over yet. Michael Coulter, well, he's definitely going around the cones this time, isn't he, in the turf tippers entry. He's managed to get past Robbie Farr, which he did at the start of this race. So far now, back into 9th position. Zach Lascialpo, though, already up to 7th.
Yeah, Zach's been very, very fast this weekend. It was just the slightest of touches between himself and Crutcher in the previous race. It was actually 2 of them in through turn number 1, and it sort of continued on up the hill on the approach up to turn number 5, and it was just the slightest of touches and awkward wheel interlock, and that saw Zach spinning off to the infield and unable to get the car restarted. Right, things just starting to settle down here, down a little bit now. Haynes looks comfortable out front. Gartner's coming back at him now, and that car looks a little bit more settled. Tyre management definitely crucial. Like, it's not a high tyre deck track, but we've got a bit of sun out there. It's probably 20, 21 degrees, bit of a breeze happening. So the UV's up from the earlier race on this morning. Tyre management definitely crucial at this stage of the weekend.
And if we go back to our qualifying yesterday, we know that Brad Gartner was the fastest in Sector 1 and 2, but Josh Haynes just had him in Sector 3 at the start of the weekend, so you can see he's a little bit stronger when he comes through that final sequence of corners onto the main straight. Brad Gartner, though, closes that gap up as they head up over the top, over 5 and 6. They'll head down to the fishhook through turn 8. He grabs a lot of curb, though, Brad Gartner, and that is spraying dirt out onto the racetrack, which is not going to help the cars behind him.
Yeah, no, definitely Brad is using more than a whole lot of racetrack and not making it easy for some of those behind him, as Hayden Jackson turns his attentions now to the back bumper of Mark Crutch's machine, and Zach Lascialpo's actually fastest in the 3rd sector, so he's got some pace on. He just doesn't have track position because he started deeper in this field. Fastest lap of the race, Gartner with a 1:01.18, so they're about a second off what the lap record times was set in race number 2 in cooler conditions this morning.
Yeah, Hayden Jackson not the start he would have wanted. He was in 4th place at the start of this race and hoping to possibly get his first podium in the dry this season. He's super impressive in the wet race, and we've seen him take out the hard charger award before in those conditions. Here he goes, dive down the inside of Mark Crutcher. I don't think he's going to make it. Lascialpo in the background, the 21 Tempest Solutions entry. He has spun out, and that is very, very unfortunate. I hope that there wasn't any contact made there. It may have just been caught unaware as we saw Hayden Jackson go in deep and have to get on the brakes hard.
I think he might have just checked up because Hayden and Crutcher had sort of got together with their exchange, and Zach's just arrived at a whole different pace and locked up the rears and rotated again at a similar part of the racetrack that he did in the previous race. Here's the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Yeah, I think he just sort of come off the back of Hayden and offline, and just couldn't get it turned. So was there contact here between Jackson and Crutcher? No, it was a little bit before that if it was, and it went off at a pretty high rate of knots.
We were talking yesterday about it marbling up on the outside off the racing line and it being a little bit slippery out there, so possibly that is still on the outside of the track, which has caused a bit of understeer there for a moment there, and the car sliding off at that point. So we'll have to wait to see. Hopefully get that car refired up and back on track. And Brad Gartner, again, he just loses a little bit of distance to Josh Haynes down the main straight there, but now looking to try and make that up through the sector 2 and 3 here. They are going toe to toe as Josh Haynes has gone a 1:01.067 now for the fastest lap of the race. So the tyres are coming up to 10th for him, and he's starting to try and hold out Brad Gartner. Now look at Mark Crutcher and Hayden Jackson. They're going to reignite this fight as well because they were having a great battle in the earlier race, the 81 and the number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Crutcher unfortunately had a spin. Or Jackson looking down the inside. Probably not the place to do it there, because if you're too low through there, it just sucks all the exit speed out of it onto the front straight. Haynes goes 1:01.06. Gartner's into the 1:00s. 1:00.97 for the fastest lap of the race. He purpled the last sector that time. Haynes fastest in the 1st sector. Gartner in sectors 2 and 3. As that car's just starting to really look to come on now. But unless Haynes makes a mistake or Brad really forces the issue, and I think if Brad forces that issue, it's going to end in tears.
Yeah, I think Josh Haynes, although the car is sliding slightly, it's looking a lot more settled out there at the moment, just stringing the laps together. It's a lot of effort from Brad Garton. You can see how busy he is behind the wheel at the moment, having to try and muscle the car around the track. And I don't think that he's got a bad car. I think it's more that he is just trying harder.
Yeah, and he's in a little bit of dirty air too off the back of Haynes' car right now too. So we've talked about the different lines at that last sequence of corners, and they both move very, very fast through them. But Haynes just looks to be in control at the moment, as Haynes now goes fastest with a 1:00.81. So they're still about 8/10 of what they did in the previous race. So definitely warmer conditions, and that breeze has picked up across the track. So it's pretty much coming off the pit side of the track straight across up to the top of the track, which is probably, that's not so crucial for these cars, but certainly the heat element with the air temperature definitely has. So what we're looking at here is Haynes just needing to finish this race to tie up the championship with one race to go. I thought that was the occasion in the previous race, but I was only 2 points out.
He could tie this all up. The man of steel, he's got all his sponsors and his family here this weekend. Incredible way it would be to win this race to do it as well. He's got, well, he was 2/3 almost through the race at the moment. Josh Haynes will come out of that final corner, and this is where he gets the advantage, opens up the gap just a little bit. We're waiting for this lap time. Last time he was just over a tenth faster. We'll watch this again. He goes faster again, and there's only a couple of hundredths of a second between him and Brad Gartner. But for me, we keep talking about the tyre conversation. 6 brand new Hoosiers for this weekend. They've had qualifying, a top 8 shootout. We're already 2 races down. We know Brad Gartner has been pushing that car hard. He might have said it in the interview after the last race, I know we're all good, but I think he might be playing that down a little bit.
Well, I'm just thinking, looking at the lap times, like they're trading fastest lap times again. 1:00.71, 1:00.73 on that last lap, like 2 100ths of a second. Back on board with Robbie Farr in the 8th position. He's looking pretty relaxed back there in the car. Had a really entertaining battle with Michael Coulter in the previous races. Josh Haynes has gone purple again in the first 2 sectors on this next lap. Back on board with Robbie, so not too much around him at the moment. So Coulter's managed to get away from him, and Coulter's about 5 seconds behind Hayden Jackson, and that is 6th, 7th and 8th.
Oh no, Hayden Jackson still putting the pressure on the Mark Crutcher, the battle for 5th position.
Gartner on pit lane. And no, he's not. I just saw him, I thought there was pit lane, but he's off on the grass on the front straight. It looked like he was on pit lane there for a moment. What has happened to the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro?
There's a lot of noise inside there. It might have just been the dirt and rocks underneath the car. We'll have to wait and find out. We do know they did a clutch in that overnight as well. So they've been working tirelessly on the number 22 Hi-Tec Oils Camaro, and will the mechanical issues continue for him? He has been absolutely torturing the car.
If I was struggling to see out the front on the onboard, I think Brad was as well, because I swear it looked like he was on pit lane. But yeah, definitely, well, he's trying to recover and get round. Has he cut a tyre? Has it maybe cut a tyre? Because he completed that lap, but he was a second slower than Haynes.
Well, hopefully we can find another angle of that. We might be able to find out what's going on with the number 2, or maybe one of his pit crew down there want to come find us, because we'd love to know what's happening with Brad Gartner at the moment. I mean, Josh Haynes, this will ease the tensions down there. Kylie, his mum will be, the tears will be flowing at the moment. Steve will be holding back as well. This is going to be a great moment for the Haynes family. They've come so close twice, being runner-up 2 years in a row, and it's about to all happen for him. He's just got to get through these final few laps. But let's get on board here. Hayden Jackson, the number 81, all over the back of Mark Crutcher. They now promote themselves for the battle for 4th position.
These two will be enjoying this too. Again, I spoke to both of them post-race after 2, and even though Mark had that off, he still had a smile off his face. It's very seldom you don't see Mark Crutcher without a smile on his face. So there's Crutcher, there was Gartner off. I reckon it's got a left front down. I think it's limping around on a left front. But I might be wrong, but it just looked like the left front corner of the car. He's just trying to negotiate his way back to the pits through the centre of the infield. So his day is done in this respect, and champion-elect Josh Haynes doing it easily up front, 5.6 seconds clear of Sam Bates in second. Aaron Prosser up to third, and then the start of his weekend.
Yeah, it didn't all go to plan for him either, and now he is fighting back. Aaron Prosser potentially getting himself back onto a podium. Wouldn't that be a fantastic fight back from him this weekend?
So Josh Haynes out in front, in control. looking for his first ever championship. As Gartner's still limping back through the dirt.
Both tyres look up, don't they?
Well, yeah, okay, it's not the left front, no, okay, so he hasn't got a tyre down.
So let's bring something else into the equation. Brad Gardner leapfrogged over from third position to second with Graham Cheney being away. But now, if he goes back to the end, Mark Crutcher is in fourth position now. He will catch up a heap of points as well. He is currently 82 points behind Brad Gardner, so this potentially could hurt him in the fight for second position.
Has it broken a steering arm? Like, it's just something doesn't look right with the front of the car. All right, Haynes with a couple to go.
Surely he's looking after tyres now. 4-second lead over Sam Bates. They'll be monitoring the times there. He's already dropped back to a 103 last lap. So they are now all about tyre conservation in this final. They'll know Brad Gardner's going to have to go further back in the pack as well at the start of next race. So the biggest challenger he's had throughout the season, well, it just takes a bit of the heat off of him at the moment. The Herzog still. Number 37, Josh Haynes. What a moment for him. Just a couple of laps remaining in his first ever championship win in the TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing.
Car number 4, Mark Crutcher. Guess what position he's in?
4 for 4.
I don't know how many times you've said that. Now Brad Gardner is definitely on pit lane.
They're not mucking around. Oh, that is going in. They're going to have a look at that. They won't want a DNF. They want to try and come home in position 12 or 11 because that'll maintain the points. Otherwise, Mark Crutcher, if he can get a boogie on in that final race, a potential second place in the championship for him.
That'd be huge, absolutely huge. What has gone wrong with Brad Gardner's car? It didn't have a tyre down. They're going to have to get the vacuum cleaner out because that thing is going to be that full of dust. It's ridiculous. Final lap run for Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel, number 37 Mustang, the man of steel, and I think that's the first time we've ever said that.
Oh, look at him. There's going to be, I'm sure there's an emotional moment sitting in the cockpit of that car as he negotiates the final few corners here at One Raceway. It's his home track. He's got a whole heap of family and friends here this weekend. Mum's made it all the way to the racetrack. She's been at the final races the last couple of years where he's been fighting for a championship, but he's about to clinch his first ever TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing, and here he goes across the finish line with a checkered flag, a race 3 win, championship decided, and Josh Haynes, the man of steel, will get his first ever championship. What a way to finish, and have a look at his mum and dad there, an emotional moment. All their supporters here this weekend. A big shout out to his new sponsor, Herzog Steel, this season for 2024. We've named him the man of steel. He's come home with a championship and a race 3 win. And it's going to be pure celebrations, but this is the next thing in the championship. Mark Crutcher.
Well, he's actually fallen back on the last lap. So Hayden and Mark were battling for fourth. Mark was in fourth position. He's actually dropped back to sixth on the last lap. Hayden Jackson fourth. Michael Coulter fifth. What happened to Mark Crutcher on the last lap?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. So Zach LaCharpe managed to get that car going, stayed in front of Robbie Farr as well as the checkered flag is out on race 3 of the TA2 muscle car race here this afternoon. We've still got one more to go, though. There's 20 laps still. We will have a look at all of our championship points to see how it goes. So Hayden Jackson and Mark Crutcher might have had an altercation at turn 10 by the looks of it. So that's
what I'm thinking.
Something in the background there. We'll wait to find out. Here it goes, our official results up on your screen. Josh Haynes followed by Sam Bates. What an incredible weekend for him. But because he's not in the championship, that might change the points up for Mark Crutcher, sorry. So wait to see. So Michael Coulter got just in front of him there right at the end of the line too, in 5th. So interesting results there. Robbie Farr back up in 8th. Mark Spencer having a great debut in 9th.
So what happened to Brad Gardner and what happened to Mark Crutcher? Gardner earlier on in the race and Crutcher towards the end of the race, down onto pit lane. Matty Mack.
Well, Brad, that is heartbreaking. I mean, it was going to be difficult for you to get the championship from Josh Haynes just rolling through pit lane now, but you didn't want it to end like that. Let us know what happened.
I'm stoked for that, man. That is a really good kid, and Herzog for backing him, and the whole team at Waltech, they've done a great job. So can't be more proud of the team. They're the best family on pit lane. So our thing's broken some sort of tie rod end in the steering, which is the way our cookie seems to be crumbling. I mean, Tim Brooke called me last night and said maybe eat all the cookies so they don't crumble anymore. So I tried my best, but that's all she wrote. So thanks to Hi-Tec for giving me a go, and we'll come back next year. But cheers, guys. Everyone back home. Thanks.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking as Josh rolls into the lane greeting all of his friends and his family, the champion-elect of the TA2 Racing Series. Over to you, Mel.
No, it looks like we're getting our winners there. It's going to be an emotional moment when Josh Haynes takes off his helmet. Look at his mum waiting to give him a huge hug. Let's have a look at some of our highlights before we head down to our winners. There's quite a few in this race, and that's a massive moment for him and his family. You can really feel the emotion, can't you, there? The Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Race number 3 of the TFA Tyre TR2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec steel framing, and this was the start we were hoping for. They went side by side, but Brad Gardner again seemed to have an issue on the start. Sam Bates took full advantage of the 24 as he ducked down the inside. Aaron Prosser followed him as well and managed to get past Hayden Jackson early.
Yeah, Gardner, it just sort of like he laid back a little bit, tried to get the outside run, but yeah, he certainly lost a lot of ground, but it didn't hurt him in the end. This is where he really tried to force the issue early, and it was good, clean racing. There was a little bit of contact in there and here. So Josh had a tag on the left rear and the right rear, so it was well and truly all on. And Kylie, for once, didn't have her hands on her head. We can see her earrings again, which is cool. This is what happened to Zach Lachelpo. So I think he just might have checked up and got caught unawares and behind that battle between Crutcher and Jackson and just got half a car off the line and ended up out in the dirt. So that's what happened there is Haynes and Gardner sort of went at it. And they were both starting to trade fastest lap times, but for me, I just thought Josh looked pretty comfortable out in front and was in control as Gardner was using more than the racetrack. And that's so out of the last corner, and I thought something looked weird with one of the front tyres, and it ended up being, as Brad explained, a broken steering arm or a rod end by the sound of it.
A lot of curb usage there as we saw Josh Haynes. At that point, though, he could just relax. We saw the lap time start to just increase a little bit there. They knew how they had a 4-second lead over Sam Bates. Didn't need to do anything silly with the car. What a fantastic end it would be. He's come away with the championship. Could he get a round win? And to bring that car home without too many scars on it would be an incredible weekend. And have a look at the family celebrating his first ever championship win in TA2 muscle car. Josh Haynes, he has fought it out for 3 seasons. He has come within millimetres of winning this championship, and finally it is absolutely his. Have a look at the one Raceway track. Sun is shining and some fantastic results, and this is how the championship sits. Josh Haynes now has a 180-point lead over Brad Gardner, but the talking point out of this is Mark Crutcher is now within striking distance of second position in the championship.
Yeah, and Mark had some issues late in that race as well, so he'll be starting a little bit further back, and Brad Gardner obviously having to start from the back of the field with that one, so that is going to be very, very close. Hayden Jackson up to 5th in the points.
Well, let's head down to pit lane with our winners.
Aaron Prosser, only your 3rd round in this class and you're on the podium again. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, thanks very much. I can't thank the team enough. Chris Prither and Beanie Boy, they've done a great job tuning the car up that last race. The car was on rails, so have a couple of little tunes and we'll see if we can send it a bit further in the next race.
I see you're still dusting dust off yourself from yesterday.
Yeah, I sort of had a lot of sand in the car when I had that off in the race 1, and seems to be still coming out like there's a sand pit in there somewhere. So, yeah, it's pretty dirty.
Thank you. Well done.
Sam Bates, 3 from 3 podiums on your sprint race debut at TA2. What a sensational run.
Yeah, it was pretty fun watching those two go at it. Not much I could do. They're so fast. I'm not quite there, but anyway.
Trophy's on the way, mate. One more to go. Over to you, Mel.
Josh Haynes, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know how to feel right now. It's weird because we've still got one race to go, so obviously I'm completely over the moon. I just can't thank everyone enough. We've worked very hard for this, so yeah.
So you've got your mum and dad always out on the pit wall, but what does it mean to the family, to you guys?
So much. It's been a 3-year journey to get to here. No one understands how much goes into it, and yeah, we got there. Yeah, unreal. Thanks to Hi-Tec. Shane Stansfield, couldn't have done it without any of those guys. Yeah, they're our rock. Thank you.
Oh, this is great. I just, I can relax a little bit more now. It's been 3 years of supporting as we would do with all our kids, but it's been a journey, but I'm just so proud. I'm so proud. He's worked hard. He hasn't, Waltec, the team, the people, the friends and family who have helped us over the years is endless. It's just a teamwork to get to this moment, so it's very, very special.
Well, congratulations to all of you. We'll see you again after the next race, I'm sure.
There you go. He clinches the championship. The man of steel, Josh Haynes. We're going to take a short break and be back very shortly with Stock Cars Australia.
Boys, come in. Nah, you're in. Get in here. Come on, Tepsi. Guys, look behind the back of the car. You're not in the shot. Look at behind the back of the car. You're in the back. Yeah. From this lady here, you guys go around the back. I'm on the edge. Okay, everyone ready? We're going to take the shots.
Welcome back to One Raceway as we head into Stock Cars Australia race number 4 for the weekend. Danny Burgess, Daniel Stubbs, Brett Mitchell off the first 3 grid positions, and looking forward to them to continuing on their battle from the previous race earlier on today. Merrick Maloof out of 4, Mark Granger out of 5, Robert McKeesey out of grid number 6, Michael Ricketts from 7, Michael Heffelston from 8, Colin Matten from 9, Brad Lighton from grid position 10. So there's quite a few different cars across the stock cars, with the NASCAR style cars, the Oz trucks of course, and the Oz cars, and we've got a couple of sort of interlopers joined in there as well with some touring cars, and Michael Ricketts in his little Nissan Pulsar front wheel drive, which very definitely is not a stock car. Joining commentary by Dan McCarthy. Welcome back, Dan. And the last race for these guys was really entertaining, and looking forward to the orange Chev, the green Holden faced Ute, and the Stubbs Monte Carlo to go at it again.
Yeah, it was a battle of those three at the front of the field, wasn't it? And a last lap move from Stubbs in the NASCAR allowed him to take second position. Look as well for the battle between the Ford Falcons. They've been pretty much glued together in 4th and 5th all weekend long as well.
That'll be Maloof and Granger, Michael Ricketts, and that pesky little Nissan Pulsar up against the mighty V8s all around. Race 4 for Stock Cars Australia here at Runway 1 Raceway, and we go green, charging down into turn number 1 now. All of the top 3 have had some issues trying to get through turn 1 at various stages. Stubbs said on the previous interview that he wanted to try and get the start, and he's done the same thing, but Burgess just had the momentum on that slightly narrower line, and that's the best run of the day so far for Burgess. Stubbs settles into 2nd, Mitchell into 3rd.
Yeah, he said, I'm going to give it a crack. It's the first lap. Just got to be a bit more confident on the cold tyres. He certainly threw everything at it around the outside at turn 2, but to no avail this time by. But they all have got through the first few corners unscathed, which is good news. And I can see several of this first of the Oscars. Gates in the number 22. I think that's the first time he's been at the front of the Oscar class all weekend long. But out front, Burgess has pulled a significant margin in the first lap of this race. Look at that. Over 1.5 seconds at the end of sector 2. And I think he's increased it further in the third and final sector as they come across the line. 1.8 seconds is the margin. That's a real nice opening lap.
It's probably the biggest gap he's had all weekend too, so he's got that first lap absolutely spot on. Yeah, first of the Oscars back in 9th car 22, that'll be Lucas Gates, so pretty sure you're right, Dan, there. That's the first time this weekend that he's been at the pointy end of the Oscars, which looks like it's going to continue to grow as a class going into 2025, with a lot of these cars getting dragged out of sheds, and as we've already spoken about this weekend, some of the cars getting dragged literally out of paddocks on different properties around Australia.
Yeah,
well, big dust storm, not for the first time. That's Granger in the Falcon.
He was running in position number 5. I said look for the battle between the Falcons. I didn't quite expect it to end like that, unfortunately. For Granger, he was right up behind the tail of Maloof, who's also gone
Maloof
off.
was off as well.
Ah.
Okay, let's put 2 and 2 together, and maybe they got together.
Yeah, that could be the 4 that we're after, potentially. We're not going to assume or caution blame just yet.
I'm going with it. So Michael Ricketts finds himself in the 4th position, and guess who he's battling with? I think the 41 and the 84, the little Nissan and the Marquise Ute, the Chevy Silverado truck, have been sort of glued together right throughout the weekend.
Yes, they certainly have. There's Granger recovering through the field, and Maloof will be doing the same as well just behind. So watch for those 2 cars to work their way through the field. As a move in the Oscar class, we said that Gates is leading it at the end of lap 1. That is no longer the case. The number 7 machine has moved up there. That's Hollier behind the wheel. He's on timing as number 71, but as we can see, the very famous Oscar with number 7 emblazoned on the side. Oh, big lockup, a huge lockup for our race leader. That was scraping the road for at least 50 metres down there into turn number 12. He'll be feeling that'll be like a 50-cent piece rattling away down pit straight. And that's allowed Daniel Stubbs to completely, and again he's gone on that same tyre, locking up. He's going to keep finding that now.
That was a big lockup, and yeah, it definitely, I'm not going to say it marked the tyre. I'd say it's got a huge flat spot on it, and it'll just keep picking up at that same point, which is exactly what it did down into turn number 1. So Stubbs, if he's seen that, he'll know he's got a little bit of an opportunity to apply the pressure. And Burgess can't afford to lay up here and just sort of conserve, because he's got the Monte Carlo right in behind him. So we'll keep an eye on the 7 this time up into the final sequence of corners 11, 12 and 13, and see if it picks up that mark again. Left front tyre it was, and you said, Dan, it was a huge drag. It dragged it for probably a good 30, 40 plus metres. Oh, right front, sorry, not left front. And it tagged it again, absolutely tagged it again. So that's got to be hurting that right front tyre.
There's no way Daniel Stubbs is not aware of that now. He's seen it at least twice, maybe 3 times for sure. But they're almost in identical position. You can see the brake lockup down into turn 12. He's got away with it this time into turn number 2. But I tell you what, Jamie, if he keeps doing it like that, there's no doubt in my mind there'll be a puncture if he keeps locking up like that.
Well, just blow the tyre more than anything. So Stubbs really working him over. That's what he needs to do. He knows he's got a little bit of an issue because he's dragged that tyre the right front a few times now, and it definitely will have a huge flat spot on it. So, the 71's gone around of Hollier. The rest of the field managed to avoid him. Rice has actually had to stop because he was parked right in front of him, and that's in amongst the leaders as well. So the leaders were coming up on that group. Where's the Monte Carlo gone? Burgess has got like 15 car lengths advantage out of that, so something's definitely gone on here. Okay, so the 71's gone around first as the leaders were approaching. A whole heap of race cars. Where's Burgess in that? There he is. He appears there. Stubbs has had to exit stage right to go to the outside and on the dirt. So that's why he's lost ground. I don't know where Mitchell went. We didn't see him in any of the... He went left.
Yeah, Mitchell went to the inside. We couldn't see through all the dust. He went the correct side of the cars, stayed on the black stuff, and he is now right behind Stubbs in the fight for second. But in all of that, Burgess has pulled out a margin of nearly 5 seconds.
So he got away with that. He sort of threaded the needle. So a little bit of pressure off. So he can conserve a little bit with that lead back to Stubbs with just over 4 laps left to go here in this final race of the weekend. It's definitely hurting that right front tyre. I don't know what these trucks weigh. They're certainly not lacking for horsepower, but it'll be on the heavier side than, say, the Michael Ricketts Pulsar.
Yes, certainly will be again.
He dragged it again. Just on turning, and it's just, again, mark, and just picks up on that same mark.
Stubbs is coming back at him. Half second sector 1, half second sector 2. Here is Maloof going off in what is a recovery drive for him after the lap 2 off. This damage, isn't there, to the front right of that machine?
You know how we said that Granger and Maloof might have got together? I'm going to say that little bit of vision there confirmed that.
Yep, absolutely. It certainly does. That puts paid to that statement. Absolutely agree with you there. But look, Stubbs is visibly catching. Purple in sector 1 as well. Again, just 9/10 in sector 1 alone. In just over a lap at that rate, he'll be on the tail of this number 7 Oz truck. So this is not over. I thought it was when we saw Stubbs taking a tour of the grass at this very corner. But no, Stubbs has got his foot down and he can taste victory. He can see victory. It's like a carrot. It's an orange carrot dangling in front of him.
Good call. Yeah, so Stubbs was actually like 4.5 seconds down. In the space of a lap, it's down to 1.9 seconds. He's just done the fastest lap of the race at a 1:03.89. He's gone purple sectors 1 and 2, and he's going to go faster here with a 1:03.760 and a full second quicker on that lap to Burgess. So the gap down to 1.8 seconds with just over a lap to go.
This is on, absolutely. Time is ticking away. But look at the gap he's got over Mitchell. It just shows the speed that Stubbs has had in the midway stage of this race. Mitchell is a further 4 seconds behind the NASCAR driver as they head down the hill. It's going to be a photo finish potentially here. Further back through the field, there's battles continuing to go on. But this is just, as we say, you can visibly see corner by corner every single braking zone. It's coming down the margin.
Yeah, Burgess just lost the rear there that time, so it's got oversteer as well now. And again, it picked up that same spot. Stubbs took half a second out of him to the second sector. Still a couple of laps left to go here, so this is not over at all. Although Burgess just sets his fastest lap of the race. So he's got the hurry up, but he is limping with that damaged right front tyre. Stubbs goes faster again at a 1:03.54, and now he's right underneath the rear wing of the number 7 Chevy Silverado of Burgess.
Absolutely, it is on now. There he is. Look, he's showing the nose straight away at the top of the hill. Turn number 6. Where can he make a way past? That's been the problem for him throughout the weekend. He's been just as fast as the Silverado, but he has not been able to make his way past. He's got 2 laps to do so. This is the biggest disparity in pace that we've seen all weekend. It's very much advantage Stubbs, Can he use the lap traffic here to make his way past potentially? I was talking to a couple of the Silverado.
Oh, lock up Burgess. I thought he was going to just get the Oscar 7 straight in the door. Oh, how is that tyre surviving? He's done well in lap traffic there. Heppelston actually did a really good job in the number 304 Chevy Silverado. And Stubbs' final lap run. Burgess can't afford to make a mistake. If he does what he just did with no traffic around him, I reckon Stubbs can just send it up the inside as he gets the inside curb, unsettles the car. Stubbs has had a couple of moments himself in the last lap. He had a big moment of oversteer out of turn number 8 on the previous one, and again there, up at turn number 5, it's just excited the rear tyre and it's got it sideways as well, so he might be hurting the rear rather than the front that Burgess is struggling with right now.
Look at that very defensive line from Burgess down into the fishhook. Look for Stubbs to get a nice run out of there. It's only a little short shoot though to the 90-degree right-hander, turn number 10. There's a couple of car lengths now, but look at this incredible amount of traffic down here. This will play a factor. Which way are they going to go? They've got to try and thread the needle. Fortunately, everyone's seen them. They've left the inside clear, and through goes Burgess. It's going to be 4 out of 4, and provisionally the championship for car number 7, the truck driven by Danny Burgess. A brilliant performance from him this weekend.
And I've got to commend the lap traffic. Some of those drivers doing a very, very good job with the speed differences between that, and they didn't actually play a factor on the run down to the flag. I want to see that right front tyre on that orange Silverado, because, man, that will be as hurt as you can hurt a tyre.
I can safely say the warm-up lap will be the last lap that tyre will ever do.
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to see the light of day after that one.
Or the cool-down lap. I call it the warm-up lap. The cool-down lap will be the last lap it does.
I know what you mean, Dan. Danny Burgess taking the win by just 0.6 of a second from Daniel Stubbs. It was an entertaining race. Brett Mitchell in third, Robert Marchese in fourth, ahead of Michael Ricketts, Mark Granger, Merrick Maloof. So they got back up to 6th and 7th position after what we believe they had a little moment together. Zach O'Hara in the Thunderbird. Lucas Gates will take out the Oscar portion in the number 22. Machine go back to 11, Damien Sullivan. 71, Jamie Hollier. 108, Michael Rice. And the 304 of Michael Heppelston. Oh, take a breath.
Oh, absolutely. That was a manic affair, that one. Cole Matten, I believe, sealed the Oscar title before that one. Didn't take part in that race, though.
Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Most of this will be about flat spotting tyres. Keep an eye on the rear, orange number 7 in this highlights package, because it just got worse and worse and worse. I thought Stubbs, for a moment, actually got a run there. We believe the two Falcons had a territorial dispute. So there was the first big lock-up from Burgess, and it carried that for probably 30 or 40 metres. Then as they were coming up on lap traffic, the 71 was turned around, Jamie Hollier, and the leaders were right there with them. Stubbs actually ended up off track and was as far back as 4.5 seconds, but with Burgess continuing to limp with this flat-spotted tyre and nearly got into the side of that very, very famous Oscar 7, Stubbs actually closed the gap back down to him, but as he got closer to him, Stubbs was actually getting the rears sort of sideways with a lot of oversteer. Burgess holding on to the win, and that right front tyre on the Monique Building Design Chevy Silverado will not see another race ever again. Might want to put that one on as a dining table in the house.
Yes, I think so. Absolutely. That was a real torture for that tyre, that is for sure. But there are the three, really the three that have been right at the front, dominating the weekend proceedings. They jostled for position, changed positions on multiple occasions, but they were really the 3 star performers throughout the weekend here at the newly revived One Raceway.
So we'll let these guys get out of their cars and get interviewed by Mel. We'll just get that set up. Coming out on track next, we have the third race of the weekend for the Formula RX8. It's the first opportunity to see them today. A lot of work has been going on in the pit area with some dramas from the previous race here yesterday. Let's see if we can cross down to pit lane with Mel Price and our top 3 in the Australian stock cars.
Brett Mitchell, congratulations, another P3. It's hard work getting out of these cars through the window after a race like that.
Yeah, there's a lot to undo and a lot to get out of, but yeah, that was a great race. It's a young man's sport. I think I'm getting too old, but yeah, it's good to see the young guys having a good go in front of us. It was good, clean race.
Great end to the weekend. Thanks. Okay, Daniel Stubbs, P2. Wow, that was plenty of action, lap markers, all sorts of things in that one.
Yeah, that's it. Heaps of lap traffic and caught up to Danny in the end of it, but yeah, lap traffic held me up a bit.
Yeah, it looked like you nearly had him in that one. It was good. You were much closer than the other races. You looked really fast there at the end.
Yeah, it was. I was going heaps quicker than the last few races. Caught up to him, but yeah, I just couldn't get around him. Put it in some good spots.
Great weekend. Okay. Winner of every single race and a championship, I believe, Danny Burgess. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's been an awesome weekend. So perfect way to come back here and be my local track. It's, awesome.
He was all over you in that one, wasn't he?
Yeah, the traffic definitely helped me out there, and I thought I had a bit more breathing space than I did. He nearly caught back up to me, but yeah, awesome finish. So
you only have to win by a little bit.
That's exactly right.
Well done.
I'd just like to thank Steve and everyone at One Raceway for making this all possible. Without them, it wouldn't have happened. So we wouldn't be back here. So
good on you. Well done.
Yeah, fantastic to see our Stock Cars Australia winners there, and it's going to be an interesting afternoon of racing for them. They've rounded out this weekend really nicely as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, as well as you can see our Formula RX8s starting to get prepared to come out for their next race.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. So it's been a little while since we've seen that, and there's been a fair amount going down on pit lane with the RX8s, Matt, after some mechanical issues from the previous race late yesterday afternoon. Ivan Vantagiato, who we didn't see out in the second race, they've been back to Sydney, got a spare radiator, came back this morning, and they've got that changed over. So I believe Ivan will be making the grid for this one. And a few drivers with various different issues with gearboxes and clutches. Rob Bowden, a bit to talk about there with the camaraderie between Brock Paine and Rob Bowden, first and second in the championship, battling for that championship win. And Brock Payne's lending Bowden parts to try and get them through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, fortunately they haven't had to use them, but the fact of the matter is they are offering those parts over to them if they do want to try and get that fixed. We spoke about Ivan Vantagiato and what happened to him. So basically a rock went through his radiator. Let's sit down to Mel because I think she's got it down there in pit lane.
Yes, so fantastic to see him back out on the track. A rock sure did go through. This is the hole, the big hole in his radiator. This is the culprit. And here's the hole. Amazingly, with all of these RX8s here, there was no spare radiators, so he sourced one from Sydney, spent $400 Ubering it down here last night, and fantastic to see him back out there.
Yeah, I believe the Uber guy's hanging around. He's part of the pit crew now, is what he told me. He said the Uber guy came down this morning with it.
So was that silicon or Chemweld? Whatever it was, it didn't work.
Chemweld, they tried that out, and I said, well, why don't you just do the old crack the egg in there, see if that works. So we know that old trick just to get a car home. Anyway, the Uber driver's brought it down this morning. He's joined the crew, and Ivan Vantagiato hoping to get out for these last couple of races in the Formula RX8. But, yeah, great to have that story there. For me, though, this is a reverse grid race.
Ah, yes.
For the top 10. So we're going to move things around a little bit, and this is what I've been told for the first time in 15 years, with the reverse top 8 I think actually, Stacey Vickers will be starting a pole position for the first time in 15 years. The last time we did that was when he raced at Brands Hatch.
Wow, okay.
That's an incredible little moment, isn't it?
Who came up with that stat? Stacey,
I wouldn't have known otherwise. Look, the Formula Group 1 Championship from over there in the UK. He's done quite a bit of racing in his time. Great to have him as part of the Formula RX8 in Australia and as part of the Formula RX8 committee that's been formed to produce this great category. As you can see, great scenes here. It is a beautiful time of year at this part of Australia. The big green fields in the background, the cows and the sheep. We get them every time we drive in and out. They're just frolicking in the fields at the moment and having a great time here in Australia as we go through our spring season. One Raceway, though, have a look at this brand new layout and all the cars up the top and the spectator viewing.
I was wondering why you were so obsessed with the cows coming out to the track with you this morning.
Well, they're everywhere. We're in the middle of some farmland out here.
Do you not get cows in Canberra?
Plenty of them, but it's just that we're surrounded by it here by our farmers in Australia around this racetrack, and it's fantastic to have this One Raceway back and underway. Obviously, the huge mounds at either end with our sound barriers that have been put into place. Not only that, Steve Shelley throwing a lot of money into development of this track as well when it comes to technology. With not only the timing system but cameras around the track. It's been a great upgrade. But talking about Formula RX8, let's catch up with our current championship leader, Brock Paine.
Well, in the first season of the Formula RX8 series, there's been two contenders that have been fighting out pretty much throughout the whole season, but leading that at the moment is Brock Paine. You're coming in with a slim margin in the championship, but are you going to get it this weekend?
Oh, fingers crossed, mate. It's been tight all year. Been great racing, Rob. He had the lead on me at the start of the year, and I've managed to claw my way back. So, I think I got a 14-point margin, but, one DNF and we're out. So it's going to come down to the last race, but I'm really looking forward to the competition.
How have you found the camaraderie amongst the Formula RX8 drivers?
Yeah, for the first season that these guys have been running, it's been fantastic. Everyone sort of steps in, helps one another out. We've helped Rob get running again. Everyone's helped us get running again. We're all friends in the pits, but on the track it's tough racing.
Now let's talk about One Raceway. Brand new corner to negotiate. Everyone's talking about the different lines through there. How have you found it?
Well, I've never been, on the old layout, so to me it's all fresh. So it's definitely a busy track. You're constantly working, but looking forward to learning it. And I think the new features or the new, extensions they've added and that are fantastic. So looking forward to it.
Can't wait to see how you and Rob fight it out this weekend. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Cheers.
He is a massive young talent, isn't he? And I can see him going a long, long way in his motorsport racing career. Great to join up with TFH Hire. And here we go. Our reverse top 8. Stacey Vickers will lead us off pole position for the first time in 15 years since coming out of the UK. Brands Hatch is the last time he started there with Terry Lewis alongside. In the rotary motion entry, then it's back to Jeff Connell and Ayrton Philippi. Brock Paine and Thomas Derwin on the third row. Justin Lewis and Rob Bowden will come off the fourth row. Now, Justin Lewis told us, things aren't going right in my car, but he ended up second in the last race, and now he's going to start off next to currently in second position in the championship, Rob Bowden, who overnight again has had the gearbox out, and they've been trying to fix oil leaks on that car, not only from the engine, but they believe from the gearbox causing the clutch slip.
So Brock Paine actually lent him a brand new clutch to try and put in last night, but they figured it actually wasn't the clutch that was the issue. It was a continuing oil leak that was probably worse from the gearbox, the front end of the gearbox to the back end of the engine. So back to Canberra, and they got that replaced last night. There's something you don't usually see. Terry Lewis, was he just reversing up into his grid position? I think he's gone onto the wrong side of the track for the grid, I'm guessing.
That's not what he wanted to be over the other side.
Okay. That one's not in the How to Go Motor Racing manual.
Well, he's got a few cars that he leases out. Of course, his brother Justin Lewis in the lease vehicle here this weekend after suffering a little bit of mechanical failures at the last one with his engine getting a little bit tired. But we're about to get underway with race number 3 for the Formula RX8. All thanks to TFH Hire. Terry Lewis and Stacey Vickers will lead us off the front row of the grid in this standing still start. Watch for Jeff Connell in the number 4 because he is super quick. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a moment in the last race, and so did Brock Paine, which he went on the dirty side of the track, lost a few positions. Ed Philippi looks like he's missed a gear, and everyone's trying to negotiate. Thomas Derwin showing his frustration inside the vehicle because he had nowhere to go with cars. So we'll have a look at Rob Bowden on the outside. He's on the outside of Brock Paine and driving around. Let's have a look at it again. Already up alongside Jeff Connell, under Stacey Vickers. Can he get it moving? He's not going to, but Brock Paine now is behind Rob Bowden again.
Wow, what a start from Rob Bowden. What I was going to say before that race start was how far back was Vickers in his grid box? He was about 5 feet back off the front of the box. So he may not have started off the front row for 15 years, but he had about 15 more feet to make up to actually get the grid box correct.
Well, Thomas Derwin, now he's right amongst it in 8th position there, and he's having a look at Justin Lewis just in front in the number 11 this weekend.
Paine to the inside of Bowden. Up into 4th goes Paine. So has Bowden had a little issue?
Something's happened because Jeff Connell's got back by him.
So Connell, who started up ahead, it was a busy old race start. Terry Lewis leads from Vickers, Connell 3rd, Paine, Bowden, Philippi, Lewis, Derwin with our on camera car. in the 8th position, and that's about to change. Derwin with a run on Lewis.
Have a look at this great field. Of course, Silvestro Hills has been here this weekend. Shad Hassan had to do a fair bit of work on the car earlier this weekend. It's 75 back in 11th, and it's Thompson, Reeves, Galla. 14th position now. What a big weekend for him, because they actually had a gender reveal on this weekend a bit earlier on Friday. So finding out that they're going to have a brand new Formula RX8 family member.
Little baby boy.
It's going to be a male driver, yes.
Vantagiato up to 14th as the 75 of Shad Hassan just dropping a wheel off there off the top of the hill at turn number 6. Terry Lewis still your race leader. Here's Connell with an inside run on Vickers, and Paine should go with him, and he does.
Bowden might be having a slipping clutch issue again, because he is struggling to get that drive, isn't he? I thought he would have followed Brock Paine through there. Terry Lewis leading, a former production car champion.
Oh, that was Philippi, I think, with a big brake lock-up, just fired and spared through the centre of a couple of them. Lucky there was no contact there, as we're back on board with Derwin in the 42 with Lewis up ahead, and Philippi, who we just saw had that brake lock-up.
They're all starting to work their way now. Terry Lewis, he's got plenty of experience. Look at the brakes there as Brock Paine really has to check the car up. Thomas Derwin now behind Stacey Vickers as we got a whole heap of dust. Somewhere a car will emerge from there, and we'll have a look. It looks like, Vantagiato, the Serpent, is not going to be happy about that one.
He's got a long way off track too, and I'm going to guess that was at a fairly high rate of knots.
He's going to need the Uber driver to get him back on track.
Probably still got his number.
He's in the crew now, I told you.
I thought you were joking. He's literally crewing.
No, I think he might be. You never know. He's on call. Let's have a look. Thomas Derwin now trying to go around the outside of Stacey Vickers. We saw yesterday as the yellows come out. Safety car now on the track, but he was having a look outside. Very hard to do on the dirty side of the track at the moment as it marbles up. But the safety car will be deployed at this point, and at least got a yellow on track, which will slow things down a little bit and bunch them right back up. Rob Bowden, I'm not quite sure what's happening with that car, but it's not doing everything he wants it to do, considering we saw the pace of him earlier. Brock Paine, a 1:11.
Oh, Vantagiato's got front end damage, so they've just spent all day repairing the radiator and the coolers in the front of that car. Oh, he's tagged Jamie Canellis by the looks
Was that
of it.
Hills?
Or Aaron Hills in the 73. It just looked like it might have been Canellis, but in the 88, I just saw the white and the blue off the back. But yeah, that was definitely awkward, because you wouldn't have sort of figured contact like that at that part of the track, unless it was under brakes and he's just lost it. But Vantagiato, he's just put all the front end of that car back together. Guess what? It's going to be coming back off, and they're going to be making more repairs to the front of that car. Mel, what do you got down on pit lane?
So down here with Ethan and Michael, who are team members of Irvine, and that's not what we want to see after all the trouble you've gone to get back out there.
No, not at all. We organised a late night delivery which failed this morning, and then we had to Uber it from Sydney, the radiator that is, from Sydney to here. And then we had a leak in the water reservoir, and Derek Lack was very generous and allowed us to swap with his. So he's missed this race, so he'll lead Irvine race, and now, of course, he's run off the track, which is a shame.
It's a really good camaraderie in the category, isn't it? People lending you parts, helping in to get the car ready, and you were telling me before you just made it with 5 minutes.
Literally made it with 5 minutes to go on the pre-grid, and then, the rest is history.
Oh, well, a sad end to the weekend. He's a crowd favourite of Arn, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but he'll be back. He'll be back stronger than ever.
I don't doubt it.
Well, he's still got a couple of hours to go before the next race. Might need a closer Uber than Sydney, though.
Yeah, it's definitely going to need a front bumper or sponsorship from 3M and a whole heap of race tape.
I think there's going to be a bit of 3M race tape going on that one. There'll be one of the parts places in town that will be selling out a race tape here this afternoon. I'm sure they will patch that car up and try and get it back out on track this afternoon. As we're going to bunch them up, it's going to go back into this order. Terry Lewis, Jeff Connell, who's probably got a chance here to take another win. We did see him get a race win last round, and hopefully he can maybe get that done Sorry, he got a runner-up last round, so we'll see if he can get that done, and maybe he can get his first number 1 position podium here as Formula RX8. Again, runner-up and 3rd position in a couple of races at Winter Motor Raceway. Another little short track for him to get around. He seems to be really where he's strived so far, but I think he's been building to this, Jeff Connell. He's come in, and you have a look at his results. He really hasn't had bad rounds where you've seen him come off and not finish races, but he's been building to these podium positions. So here's his chance to take on Terry Lewis, who's going to know all the tricks. I think it was 97 production car win or somewhere in the late 90s.
Oh,
wow. Terry Lewis has a little bit of experience, and I'm sure he knows how to make that RX8 look like a TA2 muscle car when it's out on track. Let's head down to pit lane with Mel.
So we've got John here from Brock Paine's team. It's looking like it's all starting to come together, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a few little issues at the start of the week. A couple of little oil leaks. We lost the gearbox yesterday, so we changed that out. And Brock's running really well, so hopefully we can keep going for the rest of the day.
He's made up a few spots already in the couple of laps that we've had.
Yeah, mate, he's definitely impressing everyone at the moment. Hopefully we get to see Bowden come up and give him a little bit of a rush. And hopefully the last race for the day is going to be really good.
Got your eyes on the trophy?
Absolutely, we do.
Well done.
He's holding those setup sheets down real low out of camera angle, isn't he? That's about the only difference in the teams, really, when it comes to the Formula RX8 is the setup. You're not really, there's no difference in parts, there's no difference in tyres, there's no difference in the car. It is all comes down to how you set the car up, and that is the secrets that the teams have to be that 1/10 of a second faster as our safety car dives into the pits, and we're about to get back underway. We've got 7 laps remaining in this Formula RX8 race, and Terry Lewis, well, he started on the front row. It was a shaky start. He was on the wrong side, but now he is right in the position he needs to be, leading this race at the start. Jeff Connell behind him in the number 4, Brock Paine in 3rd, and Rob Bowden now in 4th position. Maybe he's had a moment to calm the nerves. Ed Phillippe right behind, and we saw a little bit of a moment from the young gun there. Can he calm the nerves down as well?
Justin Lewis back in the 6th position in the lease car, number 11, with the bright yellow wheels. So just looking at the round points, Bowden 57, Paine 55, Connell 52, your top 3 for the round so far. So Bowden's got 2 points back on Paine. Again, we've got to take that drop round into the equation too. So Paine at the moment is in the best position he needs to be, and just keep on top of those points, keep banking points to try and tie up this championship after the next race.
Little puff of dirt goes up in front of Ed Phillippe. Justin Lewis just behind, then goes back to Stacey Vickers, Derwin, Silvestro and Hills in 10th position as Ed Phillippe goes wide. Justin Lewis, well, unfortunately follows the car in front. He should get a little slingshot down the inside here, and it looks like the 11 might make it happen as those pesky traffic cones are now getting in the way of everybody who's been shortcutting that corner all weekend. As we go 3 wide into turn 1, Connell might have the nose in front of the number 4. Can he hold on to it? Terry Lewis on the inside. We've seen people go around the outside in this position on the inside. Rob Bowden was in 4th, but that inside run looks like that was a much cleaner from him, and he might have the nose in front of Paine. Now, we saw him go side by side for about 7 corners in an earlier race this weekend. They might do it again. Bowden, though, just dropping off the back corners. We get on board with Thomas Derwin.
Derwin Justin behind that group. Off the restart, you've got a bit of a lineup going here. Terry Lewis, still your race leader. I tell you what, Terry likes leading this one because he's not making it easy. Vickers ahead of Derwin here. That distinctive multicoloured car, number 35. Lewis continues to lead from Connell. Paine's got the advantage back on Bowden. I thought, like you, Matt, that Bowden was continuing to have a little clutch slippage issue, but it looks like it's sort of come back to life now, and he's right there with these leading cars.
Maybe it's just the UV out there in the heat. Might have changed a bit of a setup on the car, depending on the tyre pressures they took a gamble on.
So crucial. Tyre pressure is probably the single biggest thing that the teams have been talking about all through the weekend. Connell to the outside of Lewis. Lewis with an aggressive run, but he's gone in a little bit too deep. Connell's going to cross him over. Paine will try and go with him if he can live to the outside of Terry through turn number 3.
Oh, but it's going to shut the door on Bowden. He's going to have a look down the inside now. Can he slot into 3rd position? Look at these 2 in front, though. Starting to open up a gap already. Connell, can he hold out Brock Paine? Can he get his first ever win in the Formula RX8 series? And number 4 will be pretty excited camp if he can do that. Stacey Vickers currently sitting in 7th position with Thomas Derwent just behind. They sort of round out this pack at the front.
So Paine up to 2nd. The gap just 1 point between himself and Bowden. So that gap from the start of the weekend has now been pretty static going into this 3rd race. So Paine still with the advantage with the end of this race and one more race left to go to tie up the first Formula RX8 Championship. Justin Lewis was very, very wide up the top part of the circuit at turn number 11 and 12 on board there with Derwent. So the top 3 now with a little bit of a gap. Connell leads from Paine, and they've dropped off Bowden, who's still, well, Bowden's back in behind Lewis, so he hasn't managed to clear Terry Lewis.
All the experience of Lewis. I told you he was going to make that little RX8 look like a TA2 muscle car. It was going to make it very hard for him to overtake. Rob Bowden's going to have to do a fair bit of work to get around that. Thomas Derwent now has got Ed Philippi in front of him. So Justin Lewis just in front of that, and then Stacey Vickers.
Vickers having a really strong race here. I know he started off the front row, but like he's right in the mix here with some of the faster drivers in amongst the categories. Oh, you can see how much of the stones and dust gets flicked up when you cut that corner, and you can hear it in the microphone on the onboard with Derwent. So Derwent back in the 8th position with a big handful of understeer, opposite lock, understeer, opposite.
Well, Stacey Vickers has been reminiscing last night. They were watching YouTube clips of his former glory. Obviously talking about that pole position that he was starting on after 15 years. He said, you know what, 15 years ago, I would have been up there with the top 3 of these guys. Things have changed just a little bit. He goes, I've almost got them down the straight. Once we start turning those corners, they get it. Shoulda, woulda. Great having as part of the Formula RX8 series. And here we having a laugh with Justin Lewis, especially in holding him out as Ayrton Philippi just pinches a brake and locks a tyre up for a moment. But we've seen him in that area struggling just a little bit there, and it looks like Thomas Derwent will get a nice move done.
Yeah, Derwent up into 7th now with that pass. Back on board with the 42. So Philippi with that off has dropped back through the order. Connell leads from Paine. Paine's just gone purple in the first sector. Fastest to the first sector split. Connell's got the fastest lap of the race at a 1:11.20. Paine with a 1:11.44, but he's on a lap here now trying to close the gap, which is down to just 0.6 of a second. Back on board with Derwent in the 7th position. Vickers up ahead in 6th. Justin Lewis in 5th. Then you go to Bowden. And the top 3, Connell, Paine and Lewis.
We go back to this great little fight we've got going on at the moment. It's a little bit further down the pack as it looks like Silvestro, Shad Hassan and Jamie Canellis now fighting it out for 9th position. There's battles all over the place when it comes to Formula RX8. And just have a look, the 88 of Canellis. Can he get up? He's done it. He's got past Shad Hassan, I should say. So the 88 of Canellis now on the back of the 55 of Silvestro.
Paine's just done the fastest lap of the race, but the gap's still pretty static at it's actually down to 0.36 now. 1:10.99 for Brock Paine. The gap is closing out in front. Connell with a 1:11.04 on his last lap. So the championship elect is right on the back bumper of the 4. Can he force the issue? This is the final lap run.
Jeff Connell looking for his first ever win in Formula RX8. Is that a P plate on the back?
Is it going to be his first ever win?
He's come 2nd, he's come 3rd, but he hasn't stood on the number 1 position after 6 rounds of racing.
Well, he's going to do it here now, get a good run out of here. I don't think Paine's close enough to get a run on the run down to the checkered flag. Or is he?
Come on, Jeff, the lights are flashing and he gets his first win in Formula RX8 in this 2024 season. Rob Bowden's not going to get past Terry Lewis in the end. He'll have to settle for 4th. Brock Paine, well, he's just accumulating points lead over in that championship position. Although we get a drop round in there, it's not going to be a bad one for Brock Paine or Rob Bowden this time around. And we'll have to wait and see how things settle down. Remembering at Sydney, we did only have 3 races there. So that's probably likely to be the drop round for a lot of these drivers who have been super consistent. We'll have to wait and find out.
Good race. Congratulations to Jeff Connell. And I know it's too late saying it now, but I was actually going to pick him pre-race to say he was going to be my one to win it.
Well, I think with the reverse grid start there for the top 8, it was definitely likely that he would get a fantastic start. I think Rob Bowden, after the amount of pressure they've been under this weekend to try and repair that car, not once but twice overnight, just to have the car back out there in the field. And when you think about the camaraderie, they've actually had to get permission from everyone to take that car off site and put it on a hoist to do that. So everyone's agreed to that to make sure this championship fight stays alive. And this is your results from race number 3. Jeff Connell wins with Brock Paine and Terry Lewis. Well, he had the elbows out to hold on to third position over Rob Bowden. Back to Justin Lewis. Stacey Vickers ends up in 6th. That's a fantastic finish for him, starting off pole. And then Thomas Derwin, Ed Philippi, Shad Hassan and Jamie Canellis rounding out your top 10.
Back in 11th, Sam Silvestro. 12th, Aaron Hills. Back to Jason Gaylor. Leslie Reeves, Derek Lack in the 99. When you back down on the pit lane, we've got Legend Cars Australia coming up next for their 4th race of the weekend.
Yeah, Legend Cars Australia not too far away as they battle it out for their Australian title and a championship. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly. Fantastic afternoon here to finish off our 2024 season of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We just saw race number 3 for the Formula RX8. It's time to check out some of the Hi-Tec Oils highlights here at One Raceway. There's a couple of things to try and unpack here, isn't there, Jamie, at the moment, because it was a great start there. First, Terry Lewis seemed to figure out what side he was on, but Ed Philippi for a moment just seemed to get off the throttle, maybe missed a gear.
Yeah, definitely an issue there for Philippi, and he had a few ongoing issues through the rest of the race too. But Terry Lewis sort of had control early. This was a little bit weird where Ivan Vantagiato has run into the back of one of the other cars, and it looked before the braking point, so either the other car is maybe laid up, and yeah, poor old Ivan's got some more front radiator work to do on that car by the looks of it. But yeah, there were some entertaining battles right through the field. Philippi continued to drag that right front tyre, and he just picked up a flat spot, and that was probably 6 or 7 times through the race that he did that.
Jeff Connell, Brock Paine and Rob Bowden were struggling to get past Terry Lewis. He was making sure he wasn't going to give it up to the young guns. Eventually, Jeff Connell and Brock Paine managed to get the overtake done. They worked together and they fought it out for the final few laps of this race. But Jeff Connell, for the first time in his Formula RX8 racing career, has got himself on the top step of the podium. I'm sure he's very happy down there in pit lane with Mel.
The headlights were flashing. The team were cheering over the fence. Your girlfriend Amy was there. Jeff Connell, your first race win. How does that feel?
Oh, unreal, yeah. That was amazing. You know, it was a good battle the whole time as well. It wasn't just an easy cruise at the front, so we had to fight pretty hard. We were 3 wide for the lead. So, yeah, I can't believe we're here after yesterday blowing a gearbox, doing the whole race in 3rd and 5th gear, and then putting a box in today with the wrong ratios, the non-preferred ratios. So definitely wasn't expecting that. We thought we'd just be trying to hang on to a top 5, and we went out and won. So
it makes it even more impressive. 1 race to go. Hopefully you battle for 3 again.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Like, it's been pretty close with this all weekend. Like, it's my first year of racing, so we're off the pace at the start. But now to have bridged the gap and be with that lead group, it's awesome. And, yeah, a win's pretty unexpected, but we fought hard, so we'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, we've also got the drop rounds to take into account. There's so much to unpack when it comes to the Formula RX8s, and it's much the same when it comes to the Legend Cars Australia who are out on track. And, of course, just to make things super exciting in Legend Cars, they run 5 races every round. So that brings a whole new dynamic when you've got 500 points up for grabs and the Australian title on the line, which is actually the most points accumulated for this weekend across the 5 races at the moment. Ryan Pring, 297 points. He's had a 2nd and 2 wins. Right behind him, though, is Rob Hogan, who had a win and a 2nd, and unfortunately ended up back down in 5th position in that last race, which was a reverse grid start. So things are starting to move around when it comes to the championship as well. Of course, drop rounds come into play in this one as well.
Yeah, that's where it can get a little bit confusing. No doubt about who's starting up front of this one. It is Ryan Pring in the 333. Ben Goodrich in 2nd off the position 2. Hayden Williams out of 3. Asker Sendell from 4. Go back to Robert Hogan, Scott Morgan, Timothy Reed, Brendan Hurrigan, Shane Tate and Nathan Frito in the top 10. Bruce Duckworth out of position 11. Blake Hayne out of 12. Had a few issues in the previous race. Josh Hurrigan likewise. He'll start out at 13. With a big field of 25. Dylan Thomas starting from the rear of the field of this one. If he's got the CXC machine back out there on track, which it doesn't look like. It may be a lot further back. I don't know what's been going on with Dylan today. They stripped some wheel studs yesterday. I don't know if he started the previous race, but definitely didn't finish if he did start it. Might just be in back of shot there now, just coming into the picture. So he was a fair way back. It looks like Dylan Thomas has made the grid for this one, but he will be starting rear of field.
Time to get this race underway for the Legend Cars Australia. Race number 4, their 2nd last race of the season. Benny Goodrich on the outside of Ryan Pring, who's currently leading us for the weekend and the championship. And what will he do in the green machine himself? The 333 looks like he's going to hold on. Slotting into 3rd position, Asker Sendell with a fantastic start.
Goodrich and Sendell going at it for 2nd and 3rd. Pring gets the early jump into the race lead. Williams back there in 4th, then Hogan, Morgan. There's Dylan Thomas. So Dylan Thomas did take the start, so he's already starting to work his way through some of the back markers through the field. In fact, he's already made up 6 positions in the first half of the lap. So Ryan Pring just doing what he needs to do. He needs to keep out of trouble, number 1, and keep banking these points, number 2.
Yeah, you can see right through the pack. They're not going to let anyone get an inch at the moment. Scotty Morgan's got to watch out in the background in 6th position. He's got Tate and Hurrigan right on the back of him. Tate in the budget entries vehicle. Look at the number, the young gun, the 55 of Asker Sendell and 95 of Hayden Williams. Now they are under the guidance of the man himself, Lockie Ward, doing a lot of driver training with those 2 young fellas, as they're not even old enough to have a car licence, and they're out there doing fantastic in the championship, such as the Legend Cars Australia. Ryan Pring, only 19 years of age, already has the Australian number 1 on the side before. Previously, he's had an Australian title win a couple of years ago. And he's fighting for another one. It wasn't what he was looking for coming into this weekend. He said, I'm in a championship lead. That is my focus. But after 3 races, all being podiums, 2 of them being first position, you've got to think that you're starting to bring that into account of this weekend and try and control those nerves as we get Dylan Thomas spinning off in the background.
Josh Hourigan in the 2.
Yeah, was there contact or did he just spin off on his own accord?
Off the back of you then, I was just about to say Dylan Thomas was charging. He was already up to 16th position. But yeah, got involved there, and it looks like Josh Hourigan is involved there in the 2 as well. Hayden Williams up to 3rd with a nice pass on Asker Sendell. Goodrich in that 2nd position. Very, very different lines. Pring with a little bit of an advantage, just under 1 second already. Went on to win the previous race, one of the biggest winning margins that we've seen this season with the Legends.
It's probably the only time we've seen a margin over the finish line, isn't it? I mean,
I think Robert Hogan won one a couple of rounds ago. It might have been at the bend where he dominated and just had a huge gap, which we don't usually see.
No, maybe Lockie Ward, I think, going back to Sydney Motorsport Park at the opening round, so it's been quite a while now. Hayden Williams, he's had a 2-for-1 deal here, and he has gone up into 2nd position now, and he's got his eyes firmly looking into the silver rear end of Ryan Pring, trying to catch that car, as we still see Josh Hourigan in the number 2 just on the outside of that corner.
Safety car.
Oh, that's no surprise there in that position there. But Hayden Williams, if that move has been done before the safety car, that means he will stay in 2nd position and bunch up to Ryan Pring, who's been fairly dominant this weekend. We did see him let Lockie get in the driver's seat of that car early this weekend, as we had a little bit of a practice session first thing today, because Lockie Ward's actually going to head over to the States, and one of the remarkable stories about racing in these Legend Cars Australia is going to be the opportunity going forward to travel over to seas and take part in the Legend Cars World titles, which Lockie Ward is going to represent Australia this year over in the USA. He's going to be doing a little bit of a stint over there for 6 or so months. He's going to work a bit of the snowfields while he's over there and really try and I suppose firm up his racing career if we can get a bit of work with the Legend Cars over in the United States where they're imported from.
All right, here's a replay. I think Hourigan might have gone around first and Dylan's just reacted to it. From that shot, it was a little bit hard to see. Oh, no, maybe there was contact. Looking at that one, Matt. I'm going to, from front on, I think there may have been contact. From the rearward one, not so much. From front on, yeah, I think there might have been a little bit of contact between the 2.
And you can see the safety car sign out, so we've deployed the Hyundai N-Line safety car here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Great to have them on board for the entire year, supplying us with vehicles wherever we go, as well as this beautiful car with some yellow lights on the top to make sure we can keep the safety going here on track.
We've had use of Hyundai i30s. We're using a Hyundai Stereo this weekend. Jared and I at Winton actually got the opportunity to bring a Genesis GS80 through, which is the premium brand Hyundai around the world. It was a magnificent piece of kit. Mel, down on pit lane, what do you got?
Tony Ward, for all of the action we see in Legends racing, 5 cars wide, a bit of a drop wheel here and there, we hardly ever see a safety car.
No, unfortunately Josh has had a little bit of a spin up the top. I think he's done it on himself. So there's no carnage there, which is great. But, yeah, we've had one lap of safety car. Looks like we might even get started now if all goes well.
And normally they spin around, they can do 3 360s and then just put it back in gear and keep on going.
Yeah, look, they're exciting cars. They're great to watch. And because they're so small, yeah, they're very entertaining when they do the little spins.
Off we go. Green light. Thank you.
Well, Ryan Pring showing a little bit of experience for a 19-year-old there. You can see him open up the gap on Hayden Williams on the restart here. He is going to lead this pack away, and let's see how the fight continues, because it's not going to happen just at the start, as it looks like we're going to ignite things between Tate and Morgan too. How will they go into turn number 1? I think Tate might have just got him in the budget entries car as he's gone past Scotty Morgan there in the background in the red number 16. Ryan Pring got a tiny gap. Hayden Williams follows him, and Goodrich has Asker Sendell all over the back of him, and Rob Hogan in 5th position there now. He's got a little bit of work to come back from. He wasn't quite up there at the start of this race, which you saw him go back in the last one, drop a few positions, and he'll be looking to try and improve.
Well, considering he won the first race of the weekend, Ryan Pring top qualified. Rob actually won the first race of the weekend. The one I was going to talk about, it was Tate back there in the 147. Shane Tate's been a little bit quiet this weekend. Hasn't quite gone to plan for him, and whether it's the nature of the circuit or he's just not had the brakes go his way, he sort of hasn't sort of featured at the pointy end as much as we're regularly sort of used to seeing him.
Sendel sanding it down. You can really hear those tyres. They are protesting around those final three corners. As Witch's Hat's on the inside, stopping a lot of people, taking a whole lot of metres off a already 2.35 kilometre track. It's not a lot to get around, but they are very busy. Sendel down the inside, full send, under brace. Can he get Goodridge? Goodridge goes wide, but he might get a run up here. It'd be great to see from the outside.
Yeah, Sandel's got him clear. Sandel's got him clear. Good pass, nice pass. And Goodridge just got in a little bit too deep under pressure and ran it a little bit wide, opened up the opportunity as Hogan now applies the pressure to the back of the 97 machine.
So Sendel, Ben Goodridge, we're on board with him. He's just fallen back a position now, just out of the top 3 into 4, but he's got Rob Hogan in the rear vision mirror.
You know what this racetrack is absolutely perfect for? These cars. Oh, we got one off in the background. It was one of the Chevs.
Is it Duckworth?
Duckworth, 160.
That's what I'm going with from the front side. Yes, it is. That's unfortunate there for Mark Duckworth.
Another one off in the background. Oh, they're all starting to live dangerously now. Who was that? Just struggled to see which car it was. It was one of the
Simpson in front of Bond.
It was one of the darker coloured ones. Pring's got a fight on his hand here. Hayden Williams is right there with Pring for the race lead.
I did think the safety go. Oh no, Sendel down the inside. Goodridge looks like he got him down the main straight. Now they're going to battle it out as they head up to turn number 4 through the left-hander. They'll go over the top of the hill. You really get an incline up into here. This double right-hander.
Those two traded positions a few times in the previous race as well, and Rob Hogan was right there with them. Pring's definitely under pressure here from Hayden Williams. You can't afford to do anything silly points-wise as Goodridge and Sendel are still going at it with Hogan parked right on the back bumper of the 55. Goodridge in the 97 in the 3rd position, Sendel in 4th, Hogan in 5th as Hayden Williams trying to get a run there on Pring for the lead. Has he got an inside run up into turn number 11? I think he's got it done. He has.
Yeah,
on board there with Sendel and Goodridge, and I think Hayden Williams is through to the lead.
So the lead has changed while we've been checking out this little battle going on with Goodridge, Sendel and Hogan.
Oh, it did for a moment, but Pring came back at him.
Well, something's happened down the main straight there. Unfortunately, we did just miss that one, but Ryan Pring now back in the lead in the 333, and that's what happens with these legend cars. It's a little bit of getting an advantage, a little bit of toe down the main straight or some of that slightly different line if you can keep the momentum of the vehicle, because with a track like this, there isn't a lot of moments, there's not a lot of horsepower in the cars to start with. You really need to maintain the momentum of the vehicle.
Or Aiden's missed a gear. He's missed a gear change on the straight because he was done and dusted. Unless Ryan got a huge draft on him, either way, Pring's back ahead because Hayden Williams definitely had him cleared on that onboard shot and was in the lead, but it was only the length of the straight that he was in the lead for.
Well, Goodridge now has Rob Hogan behind, so Sendel, while he's been fighting it out, has obviously just lost that position. Hogan.
I think there was a little bit of contact. I think there was a little bit of contact between Goodridge and Sendel as well as part of that exchange. So
Goodridge right over to the wall side there, trying to suck in and hopefully just get a little bit of an aero advantage as Rob Hogan dives down the inside in the 46, and that'll put him up into 3rd position. A bit late in the race potentially to try and chase down the 3-second lead that the front 2 runners have at the moment. Sendel now back in 5th position, just behind Goodridge. Look at the background though, we said Tate's been a little bit quiet in recent times, but have a look at this, catching him up. 6th position at the moment, the budget rentals entry.
He's just done a personal best, so his fastest lap in the late stages of the race. So that car's really starting to come on. Tate up into the 6th position, just off the back of this group. Goodridge and Sendel have passed each other about 8 times in the last couple of races, so they'll be enjoying what they're doing. I think they had a little bit of contact a couple of laps ago, but Hogan now up into 3rd. He's just gone purple for the first 2 sectors, so he's on an absolute flyer here. Pring with the fastest lap of the race at a 107.2320. Let's see what Hogan can do here with the last lap board out on the racetrack. Hogan crosses the line and no, doesn't go fastest. 107.29. Pring still with the fastest lap of the race out in front. Back on board with Goodridge, and he's gone around. Was that contact with Hogan? Because Sendel just got around as they went by. I think that was Goodrich and Hogan disputing territory down through into turn number 1. Goodrich continues on, but he's lost a lot of positions. Pring looks to be in control out in front. What happened there between Hogan and Goodrich?
Yeah, not quite sure. He's dropped back behind Tate now in 6th position. Now Tate didn't get a lap in all of Friday, so he's had a great weekend to come back from that. Really struggled because they obviously get the qualifying done very early in the weekend with 5 races to run over 2 days. Have a look at Pring. He's just been slowly improving. I think now it's managing the tyres because he's got one more race. You've got to be nerves for the old man who's down there. He's really put a lot into the racing career of Ryan Pring out of the ACT, and he'll get himself another race win and a dominant weekend for him. Not only chasing the Australian title, but his first ever championship in the Legend Cars Australia.
Potentially you could do the double here. Goodrich on the recovery. So another win for Pring. And Goodrich will get the 6th position just on the line from the 93 of Blake Hayne. More entertaining stuff from our Legends Australia cars. And there again, there was a few things going on there that might be looked at post-race, but Ryan Pring is definitely celebrating victory and, look, the potential to do the double with the Australian Championship and the title.
It'd be a massive weekend for the Pring family too. It's not too far to go home and celebrate, just over an hour as well. They can make that home. It'll make a massive Sunday night for himself and the family. The 333. Can't miss him with those fluoro-green wheels. He took them off for one round, didn't he? And we didn't quite know where he was sitting.
Find them.
He was lost in a field of Legend Cars Australia, and it's great to have them all here this weekend. Let's have a look at these results. It surprised Ryan Pring out the front there with Hayden Williams, who I've got to take my hat off to him. That young fella, for moments of the race, he did lead and he really fought hard. Then it was Rob Hogan working his way back through the field, followed by Asker Sendel, Shane Tate. Benny Goodrich, we're not quite sure. Contact made there, spun around back to 6th position. So tough fight for him. Dylan Thomas managed to fight his way back to 11th position, just outside the 10th, so he'll want to try and improve on that. The other one was Bruce Duckworth, who went off a bit early in 18th position, so managing to get back. Billy Finnegan, not
start
out there, the 86, the Irish. Now, they have been working on that car tirelessly all weekend. I'm not quite sure if they had an oil issue or something like that, whether that's hurt something in the car. As they come into our pit lane, great to have them back here at one race. So it really suits these small cars, doesn't it?
Oh, it is the perfect racetrack for these Australian legends, and for me, what's coming up next, the Australian Drivers' Championships with the Hyper X1s. Hi-Tec Oils highlights for race number 4 for the Legends.
Where do we start? It all happened in turn number 1 as we almost went 4 wide. They didn't quite get there. Ryan Pringwell, he got a great start there. Asker Sendel on the outside around Hayden Williams. Now, these two, Josh Hourigan and Dylan Thomas, there might have been a slight bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there, but I don't think it was anything. I don't think it was Dylan Thomas coming from underneath. I think maybe Josh might have just spun himself out and Dylan Thomas had nowhere to go.
Looking at that, it just might have been a little bit of subsequent contact after. I think Josh might have gone around himself. Duckworth definitely went gardening in the number 160 coming back on track. They'll have the vacuum cleaner out for that one after this one.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of double duties this weekend. Some of these cars. Have a look at Hayden Williams. Now, he led for a moment down the main straight. He only got him in the final moments of the lap. And Ryan Pring, we're having a look here. Was there a gear, or do you think he just wanted to run onto the main straight?
I think he just got a heck of a run. Like, Hayden had cleared him and he just come off deep and he just got one heck of a run and an advantage of the draft. This is Goodrich and Hogan. Goodrich to the inside. Hogan sort of didn't get unsettled too much, so just side-by-side stuff, and I think Goodrich just ran out of racetrack.
Yeah, come through that corner. Just not quite enough room there for 2 cars to get around. Not quite sure if we'll see anything happen from that at the end of this race, but Goodrich there manages, you can hear him flicking back through the gears until he finds something to take off him, probably all the way back to first or second gear. And Ryan Pring, though, celebrates in the triple threes. He comes to taste a checkered flag and gets his 3rd race win of the weekend. So he has been on the podium every race, accumulated 397 points for the weekend and currently leading us in the championship after drop rounds by 50 points. Let's head down to our winners in pit lane.
Ryan Pring, a dominant performance this weekend so far, but you were just saying you had a bit of car trouble in that one.
Yeah, a few times Hayden almost got past me because just nothing happened when I was on the throttle.
Which is the last thing you want to hear. You've got 2 trophies just out of reach with 1 race to go.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's hope it all comes together in the last race.
Thank you very much.
Well, looking like he's carrying a couple of nerves there, isn't he, at the moment, Ryan Pring? Just, there's a moment there, and the car's not 100% at this point. Oh, well, we've still got a few more races to go this afternoon. Of course, the TA2 muscle cars are back out. Legend cars will decide their Australian title, and Formula RX8 is not too far away. We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back to One Raceway. The action continues with the fourth and final race of the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championship. And the last round of the championship, joined in commentary by Dan McCarthy. That is the case, isn't it, Dan?
It is indeed, yes. The final round of the series for the Australian Drivers' Championship. They've been to Winton, to Calder, at the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia, and then ending up here. And what a season it's been.
Damon Sterling will start off the pole, champion elect. Dean Crook out of 2, Nico French from 3, Hamish Leighton from 4. Go back to Luke Flavor, Bastian Treptel, Lucas Stasi, Bradley Smith, Peter Nolan and Hardy Kuhn. 11 cars on the grid with Crossland in the 6. Hayden Crossland starting rear of field after his dramas in the previous race.
I spoke to him after the race, said what exactly happened, why couldn't you refire? Effectively because these are motorcycle engines, Suzuki Hayabusa engines, they don't like going backwards, so if you don't quickly pull the clutch as you're going backwards, it just destroys the starter motor. So they prepared that, and he's fine to be back out. The tip there is, if you're going backwards in these cars, quickly pull the clutch on. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so that explains why he couldn't get that car refired. Cool. All right, so effectively, Damon Sterling has done enough to tie up the championship. However, after the worst round drop, pretty much just needs to finish this race to officially tie up the Australian Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, just a finishing position really will do for him. But I know Damon Sterling, I've chatted to him a lot. He'll be going out for the race win. Of that, I have absolutely no doubt. He's on the red car on the left of the shot. On the right is Dean Crook, who won the first 2 races of the weekend.
Everyone gets away off the green. So Damon Sterling with the track record at a 55.18. Will we see a 54? A little bit more breeze as we've got one running off further back in the field. Was that Bradley Smith again?
It was indeed. Up the inside, Leighton on Nico French, and he's made it stick. A really nice pass from the driver in car number 19. I'm looking for Crossland. He's made up a couple of positions in the opening corners. He'd have probably liked to have swept a couple more underneath the rug in the opening couple of corners, but nevertheless a clean start. He's inside the top 10. But Hamish Leighton, the man who started the weekend off with a couple of gremlins, has really moved forwards at a vast rate of knots, and now inside the top 3. He has been beaming from ear to ear today. I had to chat to him after the last race. He is loving this racetrack.
A very, very cool racetrack and a very, very cool race car that is ideally suited to it. What we got out of that last race was just how physical these cars and some of even the younger drivers were blowing pretty hard and red in the face, because very, very aggressive and physical around the tight confines here at One Raceway at just 2.35 kilometres long. At the end of this weekend, they are going to leave the racetrack as the fastest car to be at this new configuration. I think it's going to be pretty hard to beat with a 55.18. Let's see if Sterling, conditions aside, can crack into the 54s. They did think they could after race number 2, but the conditions have been slightly different today. Similar temperature, but a little bit more breeze that will affect these cars more so than the heavier sort of TA2s and some of the bigger categories.
Nico French is going slow. He's dropped many positions, and here comes Hayden Crossland. It was the 2 of these that nearly came to blows in the race earlier on, which allowed Hayden to saw Hayden, retire from the race. Look at this on pit straight. Trying to break the toe is Damon Sterling, but Dean Crook's having none of that. He looks to the inside, but the braking zone just not long enough for him to make the move down there into turn number 2. So Sterling holds on this particular occasion. But that was cool to see the sort of strategy play by Sterling. He didn't want to give the number 88 a toe behind. He was moving left, moving right, and managed to keep him at bay. But these two have been the fast men in the series pretty much from day dot. Dean Crook took the inaugural championship. They fought tooth and nail last year. Off again goes Bradley Smith. That's his 3rd off of the day. But the point I was making, Dean Crook, the man following him, he won the first championship. The other man won last year by a solitary point. It went to the very last race between these two last year, and it's been a real good battle once again. Sterling's just had the little edge in the last couple of rounds. He's pulled not even a little bit of a margin. It's still been mighty close, but it's going to be really interesting next year. Hayden Crossland has been progressing, getting faster and faster round after round this year, and that's Nico French, I think, taking a tour of the grass and around the outside.
It was the 77 of Claver, actually. I thought I saw the blue as well, because French has actually dropped back to 10th, so he's out of that. So that was actually Claver in the 77 that had an off there. So they continue to try very, very hard to stay on this racetrack. Sterling with the fastest lap of the race at a 56.05, so the lap record of 55.18. I don't know that we're going to see the 54, but as this track continues to rubber up and get more traffic on it, and these cars come back, and they have to come back, because this place is just absolutely ideally suited for these wonderful little machines. Stasi goes to work there on Treptel.
No, that was Crossland making
the move. Was that Crossland? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Crossland. I was sitting there talking away too much.
Stasi took the traditional racing line, and a great block pass up the inside by Crossland to take that position into turn 12. But look at him, he's really wrestling the car, trying to hold it and keep it on the racetrack. That looks really challenging for him at the moment. But he is moving through the field, which is good news. He's up now into position number 6, and next on his list are these two ahead. Treptel in number 27 and Claver in number 77. We saw Claver go off on that last lap. I spoke to him at the end of the last race, and he said his car's just a bit too oversteer and he can't get the rear end of the car settled. So I think that might have been the cause for the run wide at turn 3, just running through the grass there once again.
Yeah, so Crossland earlier on in the weekend, the car wasn't as good earlier on, and sort of tends to come on as Sterling's just gone 55.97. So first of the drivers into the 55s as Crossland looks down the inside of the 27 of Bastien Treptel. Gets another position, that'll put him up into P5.
Nice move, really, really nice move. One of the great things about this championship, the Australian Drivers' Championship, as it is now known, is these are all, it's a bit like, it's a spec series, effectively. There's very little that you can do to the car. It's just really little setup tweaks here and there. They are all equal amongst the field. Anybody can jump from one car to the other and be equally as competitive, and it's one of the great things about the series and the reason why it's such a cost-effective open-wheel category.
Well, when you're limited to just 3 sets of tyres for the entire championship, there's one thing, the engines are all the same, they're all tuned by the same company. With these cars, again, tyre pressures, you've got the monoshock front there just appearing through the bodywork, so you're talking about making a change there as Crossland goes down the inside of Claver to pick up another position. So that's for 4th, as Dean Crook goes fastest with a 55.59. So we're not too far away from, we're about 4 tenths off the track record at the moment. You're talking about a millimetre increment change with those shocks in these race cars. They have that much finesse, just the minutest of little changes, and you're talking like half a millimetre here or there with adjustments across the car.
And what the drivers keep saying to me is, and for that reason, we know that the best driver in the series will win the championship. The best, because the machinery is so equal, there's no excuse. The best driver will win. And as we're seeing out there on the racetrack, it's these two once again. Last time through, fastest lap of the race, 700ths off the first lap of the race. His own fastest lap was Dean Crook. So he's coming back once again, closing in on Damon Sterling. There's 5 laps to go. The margin is 7 tenths of a second, but like they were in the first race, they're basically just exchanging PB lap times, lap after lap. Here is the limping Nico French that they're putting down a lap. What a shame for him. He's had such a challenging year, little gremlins here and there. I said at one point in the season, if he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all. Finally, it looked like it had turned around for him this weekend with a couple of top 3 finishes, but unfortunately, this 4th and final race of the weekend not gone his way.
Well, the previous round at the Bend where we saw them for the first time, ideally, it's not a good look when the crankshaft's out of the car and it's sitting on the floor in the pit garage. So, had a few little engine dramas and that going. These little Hayabusas are very, very highly strung, but you put them in a high downforce car on a motor racing circuit like that, very, very physical. So Dean Crook with the fastest lap of the race at a 55.59. He's just gone purple to the first sector again. So 15.08. Sterling's topped the second sector, Crook the third. Potentially there's a 55.3 in there somewhere. Mel down on pit lane. Who have you got?
So I'm down in pit lane with the new owner of Wakefield Park, Steve Shelley. We have had a fantastic weekend. I know you've had other priorities up until today, but congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that on 2 parts. Here at One Raceway, and my beautiful daughter got married last night over on the South Coast, so I've just got back. Been missing out on all the action here, but I believe everybody's been having a good time.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. You definitely walking the bride down the aisle trumps everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. And she was a stunning bride too. We had a lot of people there last night, and everybody had one of the best weddings we've ever been to. It was just an incredible experience.
Well, at One Raceway, we've had a fantastic weekend as well. It's been brilliant to see. I mean, what a great job you've done with all of the facilities, not just on track, but off track, technology, everything like that.
Thanks, Melinda. Yeah, look, I did get a little bit of a glimpse every now and then, have a quick look at the Foxtel Live. So I was watching where I could, but I didn't get to see very much. But it was quite exciting. I said to my brother Greg, it was quite exciting to be thinking, this is the technology we've implemented ourselves, dragged the cables through ourselves with our team and our friends at Jiffy. where we pulled those fibres through, and we've got them all around the circuit now, so you guys can just come and plug in and televise a lot of events here now in a lot more cost-effective and efficient way.
Well, we've definitely been doing that. All of us, the competitors, the staff, we've enjoyed every moment. So have all the spectators up on the hill, so very well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, that's what we did it for, and it's really good to see this thing come back to life, and everybody's enjoying the place, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, Steve Shelley. I take a bow to you, mate. You've done an absolutely outstanding job at this place, resurrecting the old Wakefield Park, which was dead and buried back in 2022. You know, a lot of us in the motorsport industry knew what was going on, and it was pretty sad. I've never been here before, but like, it's a beautiful part of the world, and look, as a facility, it's only going to get better. I can't wait till all the grasses and that takes up on the infield, because it is going to look even more spectacular than it has already so far through this weekend. And while that was going on, Damon Sterling has just gone boom and rocked in a 54.94 for a new lap record and the fastest ever lap in race conditions. They went 54.2 in qualifying, but a 54.9 race lap record for Damon Sterling. Wow.
Incredible. And also, Hayden Crosland made his way past Hamish Leighton. They battled through the middle sector, and Claver followed through as well. So Leighton pushed back to 5th. But out in front, Damon Sterling is going to come around the final sequence of corners. It's been a sterling performance again from Damon Sterling, and he's going to go back-to-back and take a second championship in Hyper Racer X1s, and importantly, the first for the Australian Drivers' Championship as part of the Hyper Racer X1s as well. The fight is on further back, but in position number 3, Hayden Crosland, he's happy with that one. In position number 3, ahead of Claver. Leighton just about holds off Bastian Treptel at the end as well. Lucas Stasi coming home in position number 7. But great to see on the back straight the two champions giving each other a wave and a congratulations, because what a performance that was once again from those two. They were the class of the field.
Well, it wasn't a perfect weekend for Damon Sterling. 2 wins for Dean Crook, 2 for Damon, but a new lap record, the fastest ever lap on this new layout at One Raceway at a 54.9450. The Australian Drivers' Championship and the Hyper X1 Championship. Sterling with the victory, Dean Crook in second, Hayden Crosland with a third place finish in the end, starting from the rear of the field with that one. Luke Claver 4th, Hamish Leighton in 5th, ahead of Bastian Treptel. Lucas Stasi, Peter Nolan, Bradley Smith and Hardy Coombe. I love the fact they did get into the 54s, and how about that in the 4th and final race of the weekend, when it didn't look like they were even going to get close.
You were waiting for that, weren't you, all weekend long, and they just snuck it in. Damon Sterling with just 3 laps to go in the weekend. But that was a real good drive from him once again. But again, Dean Crook pushed him. They shared the victories across the weekend, and they really were the class of the field. For the round, though, it is going to go the way of Dean Crook. But Damon Sterling will take second for the round because he's got the championship.
Hi-Tec Oils highlights from the 4th and final race from the Australian Drivers' Championship. A little off there early for Bradley Smith, and he went off actually a couple of times in that one, so he's had a troubled weekend in the 74 machine. Claver in the 77 had an off early on as well in that green and black machine. Crosland was coming through the field. He made this pass on Claver, which would get him into the 3rd position. And Dean Crook and Sterling were sort of trading fastest laps, and while we were interviewing Steve Shelley, Damon's gone out there and absolutely blasted the joint with a 54.94. Missed this little exchange between Crosland and the 19 of Leighton. As Crosland was going through.
That was the mistake by Leighton. He just ran wide there,
okay.
And that's what allowed Claver through as well. But out in front, the champion punches the air with delight. He is a 2-time winner in Hyper Racer X1s. but the first time in the Australian Drivers' Championship.
All right, back down to Mel on pit lane with our top three in the hypers in the Australian Drivers' Championship.
Okay, Dean Crook, P2 in that race, but you've won the round. Here's your trophy, kindly given to you by your father, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy with this weekend. Obviously, I couldn't quite catch Damon in that one, but also didn't need to, so I was obviously being a little bit sensible about that. But just really enjoying that last one. Just such a brilliant track. So fantastic year for us in the category. Huge things coming next year with way more cars on grid, and this has just been a fantastic weekend.
And we absolutely can't wait until next year to see twice as many of these weapons out on track.
Same. It's going to be good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mal. All right, lots more to come. Formula V, TA2 Muscle Cars, Legends and Formula RX8. We will be back with more from One Raceway after this. Sorry, what was that? Welcome back to One Raceway in the final round of the 2024 Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We have Formula V's, their final race of the weekend. The big one for the TA2 Muscle Cars, the 20 lapper to come up with the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. A little bit of a recovery from the previous Australian Drivers' Championship race with the number 50 of Nico French just getting recovered there at the moment. So we'll have Formula V's coming out on track very, very shortly, as I said, followed by the TA2 Muscle Cars with the Legends and the Formula RX8 final races of the weekend to come in off the back of the TA2s. So, provisional 2025 series calendar has just been released. So, opening the series at Winton Motor Raceway in March 2025 onto round 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park. Double headers for Queensland Raceway, round 3 and round 5 with Morgan Park in between. So a big runs round 3, 4, 5 through the Queensland tracks. Then we go onto the Bend, round 6 in South Australia. TBA in October. That's going to be an interesting one. And back at Winton Motor Raceway for round 8 and the final, the home of AASA and the Benalla Auto Club behind the Hi-Tec Super Series, which will be a fitting finish with a wonderful facility there to be able to end off a series. So a couple more, another round added to the mix, and already looking pretty solid for next season. So looking forward to that. And notable on there is the TBA in October. Could it be Bathurst?
We'll have to wait and see, won't we? But that's a spicy looking calendar,
Could
isn't
it be Phillip Island?
There's lots of variety.
Could it be Sandown? We'll have to wait to see.
You could do that game all day, Jamie.
For me personally, I've got that round 3, 4 and 5 stretch through Queensland because I'm only 10 minutes away from Queensland Raceway for 2 of the rounds and about an hour and a quarter away from Morgan Park Raceway. And Morgan Park is one of the smaller circuits on the calendar, but I've got to say I really have enjoyed the racing from Morgan Park over the last couple of seasons. As we go to the grid, starting grid for Formula V race number 3, Daniel Reynolds in the checkmate, starting off the pole alongside Dylan Thomas. They had an entertaining battle in the previous race. Michael Kinsella from grid 21, finishing third in the previous one. He will start out of position 3 for the third and final race of the weekend for the Australian Formula V Championships, with drivers from Queensland, Victoria, all the way over from WA. I don't know if we've got any Tasmanians here, but I think pretty much just about all of the states represented here this weekend, with a massive field of 29 at the start of the weekend for the Australian Formula Vs, and certainly not lacking for numbers with these cars that have been so important across Australian motorsport for so many years. The names, I'm pretty sure Larry Perkins was racing Formula V a long time ago. Some very quick race car drivers have come out of Formula Vs and moved on to Formula Ford and then on to some of the bigger categories throughout the years.
Yeah, they certainly have. And as you say, a huge field of cars. Oh, hey, a spinner on the warm-up lap there. Didn't quite catch who it was, but that was you can see the tyre marks that went stage right off the screen. And I haven't seen the car recover.
74 potentially, Gary Ogden? Wow, that was bizarre. I'm not going to say anything because I may or may not have done something similar at a recent endurance kart race at Newcastle on a warm-up lap, so I won't go there.
I'd like to say I haven't either go-karting, but I also have done the same. It's quite easy to do, isn't it? On cold tyres, cars, particularly like these, just have no grip. You're weaving from side to side to try and generate the temperature, but just doing that, weaving from side to side, you're just trying to fight the car and keep it facing in the right direction.
I'm going to go with the Mark Crutcher line. There was oil on the track.
I like that.
And I'm staying with it.
I think it's that car at the back that's just joined at the very tail of the field there. But
apologies if it wasn't the 74, but I just saw that flash of sort of orange and red we saw from the previous race. All right. So Reynolds and Thomas off the front row. So now they've got Kinsella right there with them. And this will more than likely be at least a three-way battle for the leaders. We go green for the third and final race of the weekend for the Australian Formula Vs. And Dylan Thomas gets the ascendancy this time and through to the lead off the race start off the outside of the front row, chased by Reynolds, who's already looking for an inside run. Thomas just launched it into turn number 3 and comes out in the top part of the circuit with the race lead.
Eddie McFall it was who spun on the warm-up lap. I've just had a quick look on timing, but further forwards, you can see them all in a line down the hill. Here we are, first challenge for the leader. Thomas with a big slide out of turn number 8. That's left the door open potentially for Reynolds to get the cutback, but he's on the wrong side. They're side by side.
Oh, Reynolds is off and way off track. That's going to drop him back to 4th. So Dylan Thomas won the start at the previous race and Reynolds sort of went with him, then chose to go ahead and Thomas stayed with him. So this is a bit of a game changer. Reynolds back to 4th. This is well and truly game on. And you've got the 16 of the 7. What am I looking at? The 7 of David Casely in the mix there as well. Kinsella's just cleared him and gone through to second. So, again, waiting for this big drafting battle to come. So, Reynolds, he's going to try and get around the 7 of Casely because he can't afford to let Thomas and Kinsella get away up ahead of him. An uncharacteristic mistake from Reynolds.
Yeah, very much so. We've said how dirty it is 2x2 around that section of the track, and I was surprised Reynolds stayed in around the outside as long as he did. He's in an identical position this lap, so let's see if he decides to slot in behind Casely this time as they go around the corner. Yes, he does. So this time he learnt from his mistake. He's got a good run out of that corner now, and he can try and attack. But Kinsella and Thomas are really breaking away here. Reynolds has got to make this move and make it stick quickly, or else the top 2 are going to dart away as we have a challenge for the lead. Up the inside, down into turn number 1. Through goes Kinsella. For the first time this weekend since taking pole position, he's back at the front, ahead of Thomas, who throughout much of this weekend has been fighting Reynolds for the race victories, and Reynolds has got through. Reynolds is into third. That's good news for him, but the margin is 1.3 seconds now to the top 2 ahead, so he's got to get his head down and try and close the margin down to the pair that are just over a second down the road at this point in time.
Yeah, more than enough laps left for Reynolds to get to those 2. Dylan Thomas was lamenting a little bit of straight line speed as the 28's had it off. You can tell because it's absolutely covered in dust, and the once shiny 28 of Mark Thompson is now brown. Another one off with a nose cone, so there'll be some damage there somewhere, maybe some contact, or if it's gone off through the infield and dug in the nose. Didn't see the race number because the nose wasn't on it. Going back to Thomas, he alluded in his interview in the previous race that he was lacking a little bit of straight line speed where Reynolds had the advantage. Well, I can tell you what, Kinsella was not lacking for straight line when he went by Thomas that time.
That's exactly what I was thinking at the same time as you point out when the move was made. But look, Reynolds is closing. He set a PB last time by, and ever so slightly faster than both of those ahead. So this could be a 3-way fight. We've been waiting for that all weekend. It promised in race number 1 and race number 2, but it looks like it might finally deliver on the promise in the 3rd and final race. But let's not put anything. There was nothing wrong with races 1 and 2. They were absolute thrillers, both of them. But now we will see the top 3 fight it out down towards the final sequence of corners. They're evenly spread at the moment, but I note that Thomas is not able to go with Kinsella. But good news for him, the safety car has just been called. So a bit of a American-style competition caution midway through the race, but we know what the reason is. That is for the stationary orange machine that we saw down at the official turn number 8.
Yeah, it was definitely going to help Reynolds because I think he would have got to Thomas, but Kinsella was actually starting to get away. He had set the fastest lap of the race, but Reynolds actually just eclipsed that with a 106.70 versus a 106.80, so like only a tenth in it, not much at all. But who is that? It's a 7 in front of the number, or is that... no, it's a 12. That's Bernie Cannon. Bernie Cannon missing the front off the front end of that race car. If you want to see what the front bar of a Volkswagen looks like, that's what they look like.
And there's his nose a little bit further behind in the shot. So there's been contact with someone or something, and the nose has come loose. There it is. Good shots there, picking that one up, but that's not what you want. Your nose to be separated by 100 metres from where the vehicle is. The car itself doesn't look too badly damaged, but clearly it is damaged enough anyway to not return back to the pits, and that is the reason why we are under the control of the Hyundai N safety car. A brilliant machine, this one leading the way ahead of the Formula Vs. I tell you what, you could throw this safety car in amongst quite a few of the categories here this weekend.
It'd be very, very competitive.
It would, absolutely. It's a real fast
deceptively quick, those N-Class Hyundais. The i30s are a really, really neat little vehicle. I mean, if you're looking in the market to buy a hot hatch, the i30s are a very, very good decision to make. All right, just getting some tyre temps still in these cars as the 12 will be recovered. It obviously wasn't able to restart it because all 4 corners are still on the thing.
Yeah, it's very interesting as we see from the drone shots. Staying with the car is Bernie and waiting for the assistance of the recovery team. But the cars are weaving from side to side, trying to keep up the tyre temperature in their Formula V machines. This is the penultimate round of the season. There is one more round to go.
Mel, what have you got for us down on pit lane?
So I'm here with Corey from Dylan Thomas's team, and I imagine that he's probably grateful for this safety car. He's done more laps here this weekend than anyone.
Oh, he definitely has. He's been working hard. He's definitely been tired. He's getting a bit old, the old man, but no, he's definitely working hard. And he back in the day, he was doing a lot more laps than anyone at Wakefield, but yeah, he definitely probably needs a break after that legend race as well.
This one's super close, isn't it?
It is. It's good to see. The V's definitely create great racing, and you can almost always separate the front 2 or 3 by a blanket or 2. But yeah, it's great racing to see.
It'll be an impressive effort if he can pull off a win in this one. It's his 7th or 8th race of the weekend so far.
Definitely will. He definitely got home last night. Wanted to go to bed straight away, but yeah, it'll definitely be good to see, and let's hope he can get away with it.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you, Mel. Just looking at the lap time seconds, Reynolds with the fastest lap of the race at 106.70. I think the lap record was reset in race 1 at a 106.43. They qualified in the 106.7, so they're a deceptively quick little race car considering they're just a 1600cc Volkswagen engine. Not a lot of horsepower, but they handle very, very well for the package that they are. The other thing that impresses me across the top cars is the diversity in the body styles and the body work across some of these cars. Some of them are very, very different. Obviously, a lot of thinking going into the aerodynamics with the body styles on cars.
Yeah, certainly a lot more in this day and age. The older cars are certainly not built that way, but these are to be aero efficient. Safety car has come into the lane. As we can see from the drone shots, we are back to green flag racing, and we have 6 laps left in the book. Who is going to take out the final race of the round for the Australian Formula Vs? Look at that, he really closed up, but he's ran in a little bit deep there, I think, Dylan Thomas, and that might leave him potentially vulnerable to Reynolds behind. So he threw everything at it, and he's throwing everything over the curb as well. Is Thomas. He knows, he said to us, he doesn't think he's got the straight line poke of these guys, so he's trying to make it up in the braking zones and in the corners, but that was just a little bit too hot, a little bit too deep under brakes, and it's left him vulnerable. Up the inside comes car number 78, Reynolds up to second. There was a brief lockups as Casely behind him, 4th runs wide, puts 2 wheels through the grass, and he's going to lose not 1 but 2 positions. And off goes car number 8. That's Evans. That's the second car actually owned by Dylan Thomas. So he's got 2 cars running this weekend. He's in position number 3 now at the front, but that's his older car further back down the field that had a spin.
Oscar Evans in the 8, so rejoining. So a couple off on that lap. So Thomas, he got it turned in. He certainly got it stopped turned in, but mid-corner it looked like it picked up a little bit of understeer, which I think Reynolds... We've seen that car, and I think it's just an inherent part of the way that car's set up. We saw it at Morgan Park earlier on in the weekend at a couple of points of the track where the car carries a lot of understeer. So he's got the front wheels turned, and it actually pushes forward rather than get it turned. And it's just something that, either Reynolds really likes, or it's just an inherent nature of the car. But yeah, this is all on, but while they're battling there together, Kinsella is getting away out in front, and it's over 1 second, and it's more than that now. Another 2 off in the background. And that was down at turn number 1, so they're falling like flies in the Formula V final here at One Raceway. Reynolds through to second. He's really got that wheel work, working hard to get it turned through that last sequence of corners. Thomas staying with him, similar to what we saw in the previous race. However, this time, there's a black number 35 parked in front of him.
And we've gone back to safety cars, so those 2 cars down at number 2 have been unable to clear their way out of harm's way. And we've we've gone back under the control of the Hyundai safety car. Oh, that couldn't be in a more precarious position, could it?
I'm going to suggest that's definitely a good reason for a safety car. And by the looks of it, there's some fluid under the car too. So Gary Ogden in the 74. So Gary Ogden parked up there with what looks to be some fluid underneath that race car.
Michael Lloyd has come into the lane. He was running nicely inside the top 10. The visitor from WA in the unique GAC, the GAC, has unfortunately come into the lane. Such a great amount. You know, we're over the little opposite side of the country, but there's half a dozen West Aussies that have come.
So let's have a look here what happens to Ogden. Oh, okay. So he's spun with a car in front. 37, Matthew Pearce had spun ahead of him, and Ogden had to sort of spin in avoidance and just parked right in the middle of the track. But there's definitely some fluid under the car, which is odd because it's at the front of the car and the engine's in the back.
We are going to
Am I looking at the same thing here, Dan?
Yeah, you are. You are, absolutely. I can see some fluid underneath that for sure, which I can't, as you say, we're trying to put two and two together.
Unless the car's rolled back a little bit.
I've just looked on the timing screen. It says 1 lap remaining, so unfortunately,
might finish under the safety car.
We are going to finish behind the safety car. Unfortunately, in this one, it's a shame. Formula V's have put on a real show for us this weekend. It's a shame that they're going to finish under the control of the safety car, but they really did drop like flies in this final one. We lost at least half a dozen machines, if not more. 29 started the weekend. There's only going to be 20 that crossed the line at the end of this one. Such was the rate of attrition in that action-packed race. And yes, we're seeing on the screen, checkered flag will be flown. So Kinsella, a good recovery from him to take the win in that one ahead of the championship leader Reynolds, who takes the round honours. Dylan Thomas comes across the line in third ahead of McDonald and David Casely.
All right, up next we have the 20-lap finale for the TA2 Muscle Cars at One Raceway. Don't go away, we'll be back with more after this.
Welcome back to One Raceway as we're counting down to the final moments of the 2024 season of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We've still got the TA2 muscle cars for what's going to be a thrilling 20-lap final race, as well as our Legend Cars Australia will decide their Australian title in their championship. And Formula RX8's can Brock Paine hold on to that slim margin he's got at the moment over Rob Bowden to round out a fantastic year of racing. Jamie McCarthy, unfortunately for our Formula Vs, a little bit of fluid left on the track there, and we're still cleaning that up at the moment.
Yeah, there was, after some good racing this weekend, they've had a few moments in that last one, so a little bit of a clean-up down at turn number 1. Mal, back down on pit lane. What do you got for us?
Michael Casella, you finally found your way back up to the top of the podium. Well done.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle after an unfortunate DNF yesterday, and we just slowly worked our way back through the pack. Unfortunate there for the couple of safety cars, just cut the race a bit short at the end.
Yeah, there was a few of the cars are just a bit tired by the end of the weekend here.
Yeah, everyone's driving 10/10, so yeah, just a couple of unfortunate off tracks, and my one from yesterday, which was unfortunate as well.
But you've made your way back. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was good close racing at the front. Daniel and Dylan all weekend. They were dicing it, and I was trying to catch up, so great to be back here at One Raceway and the Formula Vs.
Thank you. Back to you in comms.
Well, it wasn't the way we wanted to finish the Formula V race. Unfortunately, yeah, a few laps short there with the safety cars coming out. They laid it all on the line in the last race, didn't they, Jamie? Because that's when we started to see the drivers spin out. The UV's definitely beaming down on the track at the moment. It's probably the hottest we've seen it all weekend.
Okay. Forecast yesterday was 19. I reckon it got a little bit warmer than that. It was forecast for 22 here today, but the breeze has definitely picked up. So, yeah, it might be a little bit warmer than that again here in the beautiful New South Wales.
Well, Josh Haynes has now secured the TA2 Muscle Car Championship. He'd have to go negative by a long way to get that taken off of him. So we did see the family earlier. Very emotional moment there for his first ever TA2 Muscle Car Series Championship win. He's been so close. This is the third year. Twice he's been runner-up. This time to actually take a win it. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the previous TA2 Muscle Car race right now. Oh no, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from the Formula Vs.
So the third and final race for the Formula Vs, the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Dylan Thomas got the initial jump and got a very, very good start, just like he did in race number 2. Reynolds actually ran wide there and dropped back to fourth, so he had a little bit of work to do to get back to the front. Kinsella was the one on the move, though. The 28 had an off, not for the first time this weekend, brought the safety car out. They got that retrieved. And as they say, safety cars breed safety cars, and that's exactly what it did with a few more issues for a few more drivers. This was the one that ended it. I don't know if that was an engine failure or something else going on, but it was parked on the track and it wouldn't get started, and that's why we had that race shortened as the TA2s are out there on track on board with Robbie Farr. So yeah, for Josh Haynes, congratulations. Like he was in championship contention last year. Dylan Thomas got the job done in the end, and I was talking to Dylan earlier on about it, Matt. I thought the defining point for Dylan's championship last year actually was the endurance race up in Darwin, where he and Timmy Brooks really, really dominated. I know they didn't win the final race, but they didn't need to for the big money. But that was the defining moment, I thought, for Dylan's championship. For Josh here this season, with what we've seen go on between him and Brand Gardner at various rounds, I thought Josh was a little bit down after Morgan Park, where Brad really dominated, especially in the wet conditions. And that was sort of the little chink in the armour this season for Josh, but then he bounced back at Queensland Raceway and he dominated there, and I think that was his defining point of the championship.
Well, this is how the starting grid goes. Josh Haynes will start off the front with Sam Bates, who's been super impressive in his second ever race meeting behind the wheel of the TA2 muscle car. Aaron Prosser up the third with Hayden Jackson alongside. Then Michael Coulter and Mark Crutcher on the third row, Zach LaChalpo and Robbie Farr on the fourth row, and Mark Spencer and Brad Gardner, who will now start off the fifth row. So Brad coming all the way from the rear. Hopefully we're going to see Danny Reedy back out there. Now let's change things around in the championship discussion here. It was all about, can Brad Gardner get up to Josh Haynes? Will he make it there? Well, that's been decided. Now let's talk about second position. Now, Brad Gardner is leading Mark Crutcher by 23 points for second. And he's starting rear after having that steering arm failure in the last race. Mark Crutcher makes a number of positions. Brad Gardner has any issues, and potentially the number 4 Crutcher Developments car is runner-up in the championship.
Wow. Okay, so Mark's going to start out of position 6. How good's Michael Coulter out of position 5? So still don't... What happened to Crutcher at the end of the previous race?
Mark Crutcher, I think he was having a bit too much fun.
Oh.
He had an altercation with Hayden Jackson in the 81 and turn 10. So they came together a little bit, maybe made a little bit of contact, and unfortunately spun him off. Had a bit of there, which pushed him down the field.
That would explain it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this one goes for Mark Crutcher. It could be a defining moment in the championship for him as well. Either way, he could lock in a 3rd position, which is super impressive for him. Currently leading the Serco Masterclass as well, the over 50s, doing a fantastic job of that. He's always the biggest personality out there in the field as well. And of course, we got the rookie awards as well this year, which Danny Reedy's leading at the moment. I think he's probably going to secure that as long as he can get this race started.
Yeah, the Racetec Rookie of the Year, Danny Reedy. Pretty sure he's got out there for this one. So 2 warm-up laps behind the Hyundai safety car. Josh Haynes finally winning the TA2 Muscle Car Series Championship. Aaron Prosser with an impressive run in that previous one. He'll start out of position 3, Jackson from 4.
Sam Bates, what does he do here? Does he throw absolutely everything at it? He's not involved in the championship. He's not going to upset Josh Haynes' run either now. He's been super quick. I mean, really consistently, he's been the 3rd fastest car out there.
Yeah, and he's done such a great job. Really has done a great job. And, like, very little experience in these TA2 muscle cars. Shared the car with his dad at the endurance round a couple of rounds ago, and the car suffered a lot of damage with a big accident that ended their weekend. It actually had chassis damage. It had all sorts of stuff going on with it. And they've rebodied it, got it all turned around, and Nick stepped aside and thrown Sam at the car and gone, here's the keys, mate. Go knock yourself out and have some fun. And he's definitely done that. So I think previous experience, Sam's been doing the 86s previously.
Yeah, I'll let you go for that one.
No, I'm pretty sure that
done a little bit of work,
said that, but not a whole heap of motor racing.
And at the Bend, he only got 1 racing. So, yeah, only got behind the
out-qualified dad.
Wasn't that a bit of a talking point amongst the family? This man here, well, he's been fast all weekend, Brad Gardner, but we've seen how much he's had to try and push the limits of that vehicle. And remember, we've got limited tyres on these cars. Brad Gardner surely has run out of brand new tyres to throw at it. Let's see how he goes in this 4th and final race of the weekend. Championship decided, but 2nd place still up for grabs between Mark Crutcher and Brad Gardner. This race about to get underway as they come around turn number 13 and get themselves poised for a great rolling start in this 20-lap feature right at the end. Josh Haynes been super dominant. He's on the inside run over Sam Bates on the outside. Aaron Prosser in the 91 in 3rd position, been super fast as well. And here we go, we wait for the noise.
Danny Reedy definitely made the start.
Listen to a rumble down the straight as they turn into turn number 1. Prosser on the inside, kicks up a little bit of dirt, but he holds out Hayden Jackson. Mark Crutcher around the outside of Michael Coulter. And Brad Gardner looks like he is going to hang the 22 on the outside as well, further down.
Yeah, that was to the outside of Zach LaChalpo. Gardner using that higher line, trying to minimise the traffic issues down. Let's get through this first 3 or 4 corners and then we can all take a breath, which I think we've actually managed to do for the first time this weekend.
You'd think Josh Haynes, if he gets out in front, the man of steel might just start to look after his car there and try and move away from the pack with the speed he has shown. It's always taken a few laps of those tyres to really find the sweet spot when it comes to the temperature. Hayden Jackson said he was going to put a little bit of tyre pressure
Prosser into the side of Crutcher on the opening lap. Coulter's involved as well. Gardner gets through. Robbie Farr gets through. Prosser. Oh, wow. That's done a lot of damage to that race car, and I'm going to say Crutcher's possibly may not get back on either.
You're going to really have to take a replay of that, aren't we?
What set it off?
What unfolds. I'm not quite sure if he just unloaded himself, Prosser, or whether something else has happened in the background there, but it looks like Prosser might have just got a little bit loose on the outside, and unfortunately when you've got a collection of cars around you in such close proximity, it's really hard not to make contact with someone else. I'm not quite sure if Brad Gardner's car made it all the way through, but Mark Crutcher looks like he is moving. Oh, look at the damage.
No. Crutcher's definitely got heaps of damage. I thought that was a pretty big impact. Yeah, flat left front tyre. It's got into the bodywork, obviously, on that left-hand side. So I don't think Mark's real happy about it either.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to get back in. Jordan Cox will be on the radio trying to calm him down at this point as they pull that in to decide whether they can take that up and get him back out for a few laps. But we do have a safety car out on the track, though, because a lot of dirt also accumulated on that corner.
Yeah, through both of those corners, actually. So they probably do need to get the recovery crew out there and just get that swept up, because there's a lot of material on that part of the racetrack. Well, that takes your second position equation out of the situation there, Mr. Kavanagh.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Graham Cheney, who's now back in fourth position, not here this weekend with his son racing up to the Gold Coast. So, Paul Hadley not here either behind that, and Danny Reedy not within striking distance of that third position. So it's really going to set the finals of the championship. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay.
Pross has dropped a wheel off. Pross has dropped a wheel off, and it's just angled it back across the track into the side of Mark Crutcher, who knew nothing about that. I don't think... Coulter, I think, just went off track. I don't think he had any contact through it.
Same with Brad Gartner. I think he's gone to the right. They've really split around the Prosser 91 vehicle. And, well, unfortunately, excavation by day, but not really what you want to do on the weekend.
Well, he did the left front corner in race number 1. He's just done the right front corner in race number 4. So not a good end. Not a good beginning, not a good end to the weekend for the expat Kiwi Aaron Prosser in the APC Mustang, with a lot of damage, and Mark Crutcher, likewise, he'll be dejected.
Yeah, that's not a good sign to see him getting out of the vehicle. That means their weekend is run and done at the moment. Maybe we can't take that bodywork up. I'm not quite sure either whether we're going to have some
there's more going on there.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot more going on for him not to rejoin the race. Someone like Jordan Cox in his pits, if he thought he could have got that car back out there circulating, I'm sure they would have been working on that immediately. You can see the damage to the rim on the front as well. Not only is the tyre off, but also bent where the bead is. So that's going to have to be replaced. These guys, though, they're already race taping it up, and they look like they're going to throw a tyre on, and potentially Aaron Prosser might be able to get out and get these laps going once again. Let's head down and find out what's happening with Mark Crutcher.
A very, very dusty Mark Crutcher. We don't want to see you on this side of the fence in the middle of the race. What happened?
Oh, I think Aaron just crossed it all up going around turn 7, I think, there, and I tried to stay out of my way, just overcorrected, and I had nowhere to go, and just a bad finish to what's been a great year. But anyway, unlucky. You didn't mean it, I know. You'll feel bad.
Well, two good things to come out of it. You're still walking away with the Masters Championship.
Oh yeah, that's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to win that. I'm very proud of that. Yeah, and you know that's racing, isn't it?
And you've got plenty of time to fix the poor old car as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to Bathurst in 2 weeks. We're going to do Bathurst, and we're going to go on and do Adelaide as well. So we've still got a busy finish to the year. So yeah, anyway, look. Still a great weekend. Thanks for the show. It's been a great year. Thanks to the TA2 family. And bad luck with that. That stuff happens.
We'll see you back up on the podium after this race anyway.
Beer o'clock.
Beer? I thought he'd be into the wines, Crutcher.
Is it possible to upset Mark Crutcher? I'm going to say no.
It'd be very difficult too, wouldn't it?
Wow.
He's had a year that he probably doesn't want to remember. Let's have a look, though. This is from Robbie Farr's point of view, and it's getting a familiar sight for Robbie Farr, isn't it? He would have another moment.
Robbie's threaded the needle on that one. He's gone to the left of Prosser, to the right of Crutcher, and missed both of them. And look, not an unusual thing for Robbie Farr in a sprint car, but a totally different situation in one of these cars to try and avoid that. And he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate. Mark Crutcher obviously in Sydney in our first round again on the final race where there was big impact between himself and Todd Hazelwood. That car had a lot of surgery to be done on it to get it back out for the season. He was actually unfortunately slightly injured during that one as well and managed to get himself recovered for our second round of racing. So he's had a few impacts this year, Mark Crutcher. It's very unfortunate to see him go out in the final race like this. Glad to hear he'll be competing in some other series a bit later on in the year and enjoying his racing. But in the meantime, it's whether Aaron Prosser can get this car patched up and back out on track to continue on doing some laps. Now, to see where Brett Gartner ended out of all of that, and he might be back in third or fourth position.
Yeah, he might have done very, very well out of that. Pross's thing, I'm really surprised it hasn't done more damage to the right front corner. Chris Pither there and Benny Leeds, been very, very experienced. Works actually out of the PBR factory in Brisbane and has a hand in building a lot of these new cars, most of these new cars that come into the country. So Mel, back down on pit lane.
Yes, so the boys are frantically working race tape everywhere to try and fix the car. Aaron Prosser, what happened?
Yeah, just off their start, there was no lights to say go, so the whole start was an absolute mess, and then managed to lock a brake into the hairpin, and then out of the first shot got pushed out onto the dirt, and that was the end of that.
Well, hopefully the guys can get it repaired and you can get a few more laps out there.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
As I said, Matt, I'm surprised it hasn't done more damage, but look, Chris Pither and Ben have obviously had a look underneath that right front corner to put a new wheel and a tyre out of their tyre allocation on that right front, but that also shows how durable these CA2 muscle cars are.
I like how much dirt they were shoveling out of the front brake duct, so there might not be much cooling on those ones either. Now let's have a talk about laps. That has chewed a whole heap of time out of this race, and then we have to be, well, you know, obviously with the one Raceway, we're not allowed to run an engine after 5 p.m. We've still got a couple of races to go, so how many laps will be cut out of this race is the question there. For Brad Gardner, it's not going to make a difference now. As long as he can get that car home, it looks like he'll likely secure second position in the championship, which will push Mark Crutcher back into third, but I'm sure he'll want to finish the weekend with a race win if he possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely on board here with Robbie Farr, showing his avoidance skills with that deal. So Gardner lines back up. No, Gardner's a little bit further back. He's actually behind Robbie, so unless they change the order before they get around, I think Brad's still a little bit further back through this field, having started from rear of field after braking. I think the steering arm, instead of rod end, I would say it was, yeah, one of the drag links or something underneath the car. Whether that was because of using the curb so much or what, but that's what eventually broke. I thought it had a puncture, but as Brad alluded to, it actually broke something in the front end.
Well, this is interesting to see Brad Gardner go back through the field, and this potentially might mean that we are going to have a full race restart, potentially.
Could very well be. We'll have to wait and see. One of the issues that Brad's got, and we just saw on the onboard, and Michael Kohler's got exactly the same drama, because Michael was off in the dust and the dirt in avoidance. Because they've gone through so much dust and it's so fine, it's just caked the windscreen. Brad had a similar thing yesterday, and he said he actually put the in-car blower on. That didn't do anything because the dust's all on all the outside. But a lot of the material comes up through these cars. Like, there's actually not a lot from sort of the firewall back underneath the car, so they will fill with dirt and dust. All right, so we're just hearing that it is going to be a full race restart because they had not completed a lap. Okay. That changes the equation a little bit, and also...
Let the excitement continue. Oh, and Prosser's made it back.
How's that for Prosser? Wow, this is an interesting one. Here, he's going to line back up out of position 3.
Now, they are rolling start, so they'll put themselves back into this one. I'm assuming we're going to do a one-lap restart here as time is now ticking down at the moment. This is really going to play into effect to see if they can get through the rest of this race. Any more safety cars really could be an issue. Wouldn't it be a sad conclusion to the TO2 Muscle Car Championship if we don't get too many laps done in this race? Robbie Farr, the Falcon Diesel entry. Great just to have him join us at the end of the season. Obviously, it's more about 2025 for Robbie Farr as he comes around and just completes a few races, gets a feel for the car. It's not obviously the normal type of racing he does. He's been a sprint car champion, late models, midgets, everything like that on dirt. Now he's come over to the bitumen side, teamed up with a young gun like Brad Gardner in the Hi-Tec Oils racing team. Has probably been helping with the data and getting the car set up this weekend. But great to have him join us, and we can't wait to see what he's going to do in 2025.
Robbie's excited about 2025. I had a chat to him earlier on today, and look, they've got some big plans with that program, along with George Gambino with Hi-Tec Oils. So George has purchased a purpose-built two-seat ride car that originally was based out in New Zealand at Hampton Downs with Tony Quinn. It's come back into Australia, and Quinny actually sold it to George from Hi-Tec Oils. So that's going to be part of Robbie's program next year from a corporate point of view. So if you look up Robbie's website, all of that will be available coming forward. Robbie's got a new range of merchandise and everything as well. So he's really excited going forward with this new challenge with the TA2s and being a part of that program, as I said, with the corporate stuff. Robbie's been parts of teams that have had two-seater sprint cars and taken people for rides, and he's so approachable and so just so professional about what he does. And I'm like you, Matt, I'm really glad that he is a part of our series.
Time to get a race restart. Race number 4 here for the TFA Tyre TA2 muscle cars. And we are about to go green once again. Most of the cars are back on the field. We're only missing Mark Crutcher in the number 4. And as the lights are about to go out, all 8 cylinders are about to fire for the final time for the 2024 season of the TA2 muscle cars. Here we go. And have a look as they shoot down the inside. And that looks like it might be... Just trying to see that Lascialpo at the 21. He's having a great start there. Sam's on the outside. Hayden Jackson goes a little bit wide. Prosser still down the inside, and the 91 might hold on, but it just flicks the rear end out a little bit. Maybe Jackson gets a run down the inside. Could have been a little bit of a wheel-to-wheel contact at that point. Sam Bates didn't get the run on Josh Haynes, who's leading us at the moment. Lascialpo now caught behind Aaron Prosser in the 21 Tempest Solutions entry. He's had a year off resting, but now he is right in the mix of things.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of side-by-side between Prosser and Jackson on that. And Lascialpo was sort of right there in the mix as well. As we go back on board with Robbie Farr, that's Coulter looking to the outside. A little bit of a concertina there. Coulter in behind Lascialpo. As we go back to the front, Haynes, Bates, Jackson with a great start. Lascialpo, Prosser, Coulter, Reedy. Reedy's got a pretty good start out of this deal in the 5, considering he started from rear of field.
You can see Josh Haynes is starting to lead away. The Man of Steel already has 3 race wins this weekend. Could it be a perfect weekend for him? Take 4 wins from 4. Can he get a round win and a championship in a weekend? It'd be an incredible way to finish off the 2024 season. We'll have to wait and find out. In the meantime, Zach Bates still in second, and Hayden Jackson, well, he has been looking for a win on a dry track for quite some time with the number 81.
The only session he hasn't topped was qualifying, because Gartner was in the 58s for qualifying, but he did top the top 8 shootout with the Kubota Pole Award and won every race. So not quite perfect, but just about.
You're not going to get much better than that, I think, on a race weekend. And I think he's got 4 Kubota Pole Awards out of 6 weekends as well. So he's had an incredible season. Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel, number 37, and I'm not quite sure whether he's really going to push the limits of this car going around. We'll wait and see as the track times starts coming. The lap times are 102, a 101 for Sam Bates. So now he is not going to let Josh Haynes get too far in front at this point, but I'm sure Haynesy might have a little bit up his sleeve. The celebrations are going to go into the night for the Haynes family.
How's Hayden Jackson? I think I heard an interview with Hayden beginning earlier on in the weekend where he said he desperately wanted to get a podium in the dry. He's done it this year in the wet. He's become known as a little bit of a rainmaster, but he really wants a podium in the dry. Zach Lascialpo's been really quick this weekend. He's had a couple of offs. He's been pretty speedy, so let's see if he can chase down Jackson. At the moment, the gap is about 1.2 seconds back there, and then you've got this battle group headed by Prosser, Coulter, Farr and Reedy.
And I'm just having a look. Where is Brad Gartner, the 22? Seems to be an issue with that car as well. It is.
Where is Brad Gartner?
Yeah, it's falling off the back. I think there might be an issue with the 22 again after they had those steering issues. We did see him go to the right-hand side of the dirt. Has he come across another failure?
So Brad Gartner has dropped right back to the tail of the field. Crutcher the only one who hits after that opening clash between himself and Prosser. So Gartner, yes. Where is Brad Gartner? What has happened to Brad Gartner? Because he is not in the top 10 cars. It's Cam Sendell further back, and behind him Mark Spencer in that brand new 44 Challenger. There's Gartner now by the looks of it. So he's still on track, but he's right back at the tail of the field.
Yeah, it'd be great to listen to that car as it goes by. With coming off the track, potentially there could have been exhaust damage or something like that under the car. Something's unsettled, but he's circulating at the moment and getting laps done, which is just accumulating points. Great battle as Prosser. Look at the front right. It is hanging off at the moment. Looks very low, but I think that's just the bodywork. But the Desert Palms number 5, that's been through the wars this weekend as well. And he's right behind another one of his Speedway pals, Robbie Farr, who's in 7th position at the moment. And what can Danny Reedy do? Michael Coulter, well, we saw how much he wanted to get past Robbie Farr a couple of races ago. He managed to do it in the last race, and he's just in front in the number 11 Terps Tippers entry.
I watched Danny Reedy earlier on in the weekend, and at one stage he was actually top 5, top 6 in practice, and he was one of the ones early, other than Haynes, Gardner and Prosser, who had that top part of the racetrack sorted out with more of a sprint car line, and Danny got straight into it, and he's actually very, very fast through that part of the track. Robbie Farr's got used to that and using it a lot more as he just dragged that right front tyre, just a little pickup, little brake lock up there for Robbie Farr, so he's trying hard. These two have done a lot of racing together in 410 sprint cars, and I mean a lot of racing over a lot of years.
Yeah, you're not going to see how close Danny Reedy is from this front-on shot, but have a look at Michael Coulter. He's not getting away from Farr, and they had a great battle earlier on this weekend. They went door-to-door through a few of these corners as well, so maybe they're going to reignite that battle. Possibly that will happen as Farr right on the back of the number 11 Terps Tippers entry. Aaron Prosser's just opened up a little bit of a gap now, and we're talking tenths of a second, just a few tenths there. Sam Bates now dropping off the back of Josh Haynes at the front, you can see, but he's all covered by Hayden Jackson in the 81. Hayden Jackson looking to try and make his way up into 2nd position. Sam Bates having a remarkable weekend behind the wheel from our point of view. Josh Haynes has been incredibly fast throughout the year, so has Brad Gardner. So Sam Bates to be just behind them and holding off Hayden Jackson at the moment just shows he's got a bright future in motor racing.
Gardner's last lap was a 1:04, so he's limping around with an issue. I'll keep an eye on the next lap, but he's continuing on, but he's 4 seconds off the lap pace that's been set by the likes of Haynes and Bates. Impressed here with Hayden Jackson. He's hanging here with Bates and really forcing the issue here. So the gap Haynes to Bates, 1.47 seconds. Haynes with the fastest lap of the race at a 1:00.96. And Hayden Jackson is not making it easy here for Sam Bates.
This one's going to go on to the end of the race, isn't it? Hayden Jackson, how is he going for tyres? Sam Bates, we know, he just rolled out the throttle a little bit and conserved tyres after Josh Haynes got past him last time. And of course, Brad Gardner fighting it out at the front. He said, you know what, I didn't quite have their pace, so we've conserved tyres for this 4th and final race.
So Hayden Jackson he was struggling with some understeer in the previous race. He said that's just one of the inherent natures of the Challenger body style, and here at one of the smaller tracks it's not so aero efficient, but he's been struggling with understeer at some of the crucial points of the track, so they're trying to manage that. He was saying he's not actually hurting the rear tyre. He's been trying some different lines up the top as well, along what we spoke about with Reedy and Farr and Gardner and Haynes, and trying to minimise loading up that left rear. So he's not actually having a rear problem, it's the front tyres that are causing issues with Hayden Jackson's Challenger.
Great battle for 5th position. Prosser still leading that one over Coulter. Farr and Reedy not too far behind. He's just dropped off a little bit in the Desert Palms entry.
Yeah, Reedy was right up behind Robbie Farr there a couple of laps ago, so might have made a small mistake, and he's just dropped off the back of that. Gardner's last lap was a 1:03, so he's 3 seconds slower a lap than the leaders. So he's definitely managing some sort of issue in the number 22 Hi-Tec Oils Camaro back on board with Farr. Looking pretty comfortable in there, very, very relaxed.
Just listening to him apply that throttle, aren't you, as he goes around. He's really got that throttle control down nicely. Doesn't want to overexcite the back tyres there and spin the wheels too much. There's still a little bit of dirt dragged across his track in certain corners there that could create a little bit of an issue for these drivers, especially coming out of turn number 6.
That's one thing I don't think Robbie's got too many problems with in the sprint car guys with throttle application, having to roll the throttle, which they're very, very used to with the sprint cars, especially when the tracks go very, very slick. Just watch that shot there, Matt, and yeah, Hayden Jackson definitely with some mid-corner understeer up through 12 and off 13. So he's quick everywhere else, but he's just struggling with a little bit of understeer in a couple of spots. And I think he's using up that front tyre a little bit more than he probably wants, trying to stay here with Sam Bates. He's got the podium spot right now, and he's got a big enough gap back to Lachalpo, who's not making much progress to try and get to them. That gap between Lachalpo and Jackson is about 3.9 seconds.
Now, if you're Josh Haynes, do you wait for a good lap where the car's feeling good and absolutely send it? 1 minute, 0.676 that time, so he's slowly getting a little bit faster out there with his best lap. And is he going to try and put a 59 together in race pace? Because we haven't seen that yet.
Don't know if there's a 59 in there. Oh, I did say that about the Hypers. I didn't think there was a 54 in there, but lo and behold, one of the boys did, and actually really rocked the joint. So look, it just depends on the tyre state of Josh Haynes.
1 minute 30.
Okay. He's only 3/10 off Gartner's track record. So Gartner in race 2 went 1:00.0850. Okay.
I feel like he's winding it up the Hertz on a Steel Mustang. Have a look at Sam Bates. He is sliding the 24 out now, and Hayden Jackson is all over the back. This is a fantastic battle for second position.
If he could get the lap record, then I'll go back to a perfect weekend.
Yeah. Well, you never know. Maybe they'll be in his ears now. He doesn't have much to lose. Oh, the nose. The challenger's just going to get down the inside of Sam Bates. He has a look under brakes. He's going to get out wide, try and do the crisscross at the moment. Hayden Jackson exploring different parts of the track to try and get a move done on Sam Bates as we're halfway through this race.
Sam's got a little bit better drive down out of 8, the hairpin, the fishhook corner. Hayden's actually really, really strong in the faster sections of the track. So if he is battling with that understeer, a little bit of mid-corner there again, but it's not actually hurting the exit speed so much. So again, they're probably a little bit better than each other in a couple of different parts of the racetrack, as Haynes' last lap was a 1:00.40, so only a tenth off his best.
Yeah, just slow down just under a tenth.
A tenth.
He's putting them back to back. A little bit of debris on the track. He's going to be able to see through those qualifying sessions. And last lap we saw how much Brad was really punishing the car to make sure it gets around now. Having a look, he is on lap 9. So
that's where Hayden's actually... That's where Hayden's very, very strong. So the run from 6 down to 7 and 8, off at 6, Hayden's got very, very good drive down there. Oh, a little lock up from Sam Bates, so he knows he's got a fight on his hand. Hayden actually opened the wheel up to stop getting into the back of him, and it actually cost him a few lengths. So Sam with a little lock up, so he's under pressure here, and if these two tie each other up, Lachalpo is actually coming to them, and he's just set a PB at a 1:00.87 on the last lap for the 21 Camaro.
Oh, 1 minute 0.18 for Josh Haynes. And sector 1 and 2 wasn't great. It's all in the third sector. So if he can string those three together, maybe he's just backed off the tyre for a couple of sectors.
Come on to 59.
Come on to 59, Haynes. Bring us a perfect weekend. That's what we'd love to see, is this battle. The Robbie Farr's caught up in at the moment with Michael Coulter, with Danny Reedy behind, Prosser just in front.
We saw a 58 in qualifying from Brad Gardner, which was a stunning lap. And look, Josh did manage to get the pole in the top 8 shootout. But yeah, if there's a 59 in there, he is my new hero.
Michael Coulter just, there's a bit of a gap opened up between him and Aaron Prosser now for that 5th position, as Robbie Farr still all over the back. And I don't know if they're going to get the opportunity to maybe go door to door unless Michael Coulter makes a small error there in the number 11 Terps tippers. Aaron Prosser just looks like he's calmed the car down a little bit now, maybe not pushing it too far. We've seen him just step the car out a little bit wide. He got pushed last time, he was saying. Maybe the car's too wide there, just sends it a little bit wide. Once you grab that dirt, they get very loose. But here we go. Haynes is on a mission. Second sector is the fastest of the race at 25.006.
That last lap, he did go faster, a 1:00.131, so he's only 0.13 of cracking into the 59, so I'm thinking he's trying pretty hard to do it. That first sector on this lap wasn't as stout. He was about a tenth and a half down. As we watch this battle, this ever-growing battle between Bates, Jackson, and a fast-closing Zach Lachalpo, who's about 2 tenths quicker than these two on track right now. The gap back to Lachalpo's down to 1.6 seconds. It was out beyond 2.5. Looks pretty stable there at the moment, but Lachalpo is definitely closing the gap. Hayden Jackson looking so racy here in the dry conditions. Here's a replay. So this is Bates and Jackson. Oh, okay, there was a little bit of contact there. Jackson launched off the curbs. Bates was sort of having his own issues trying to get it turned in. And Bates has just worn a face full of Challenger in the back bumper of the pristine white Mustang. Or as Matty McKeldin called it, the fridge.
It's like a fridge, isn't it, as they go down here. And I'm having a look. Michael Corder needs to worry about Robbie Farr, who has to go a little bit wider there, maybe changes his lineup. Doesn't want to make contact. He's lost a little bit of exit speed. So Michael Coulter just reacting to what Aaron Pross is doing as well.
Michael
seeking an opportunity, I think.
Michael with a really good run here again. Another top 6. He's had a couple of them this weekend. Pross has been in the wars, but we know he's got car speed, and Gardner is on pit lane. So he was managing something there for a few laps. He had got down to a 102 as the hood comes off the Gardner Camaro, and that is not a good sign when the bonnet comes off. Has it dropped a cylinder?
The amount of dirt that has gone over the front of that car, you tell me none of that has made it into the air intake at the front. That's potentially what we've
So Max Vidot there was just, they were checking plug leads. I'd say it's dropped a cylinder.
Yeah, that's not a great finish to the weekend for Brett Gardner, but it's been one of those seasons. He's either having a fantastic weekend or he's having a terrible weekend.
Haynes has gone purple to the first sector. He's just rocked in a 16 flat. This is definitely not over. A little lock up this time from Hayden Jackson. The Shalpo continues to close the gap. It's down to 1.2 seconds. I'm watching the timing monitors because Haynes has gone purple to the second sector.
And it's a 24 too.
Oh,
he's cracked the 25.
Fast. There's a 59 coming up here. If he can get the third sector right, there may be a 59 and a new lap record for Josh Haynes, which really would top a perfect weekend. As Jackson, there it is, 59.80 from Josh Haynes.
That's a race record, 59.8, an incredible third sector, and 18.88. What a way to finish off his weekend at this point. We are 3/4 of the way through this fourth and final race in the last round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series and the TA2 muscle cars, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Hayden Jackson looking for a second place. Sam Bates is doing an incredible job to hold him out, and I reckon Josh Haynes might have just backed off a little bit there, judging by that first sector time. They said, mate, you've got it. Bring it on home.
Yeah, just keep it on the tarmac, keep it on the terra firma. This is definitely not over. Oh, Jackson with a little half look, just trying to spook Sam Bates into a mistake in that white 24 Mustang. LaChalpo now within a second, so there we could have a very, very close three-way battle for second, third and fourth coming up here very, very shortly. Prosser, Coulter, Farr, Reedy, 6th, 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th and behind these guys, and they're about 15 seconds down the road.
Well, this battle is going to continue. Zach LaChalpo, though, is running out of laps to get onto the back of this, potentially impose himself on these two.
In a couple of different places, Hayden's definitely quicker, but Sam's sort of quick enough in the places where he needs to be, but they've got to be careful here because LaChalpo is definitely closing in. And what do we got? 4 laps to get to the end. Haynes has just started rolling out and trying to set those fast laps. He's got the track record. He's got a 12-second lead.
It's absolutely incredible. He did roll out of the last lap. He still did a 1:13, so he is still getting around in times that a lot of these drivers would be happy with, Josh Haynes, but I'm sure he knew. He got himself prepped up and wanted to get a race record while he was here this weekend. And like you say, apart from the initial qualifying session, he's taken a top 8 shootout win. He's taken a race win in the first 3 races, and it's looking like he is going to round it out with a perfect weekend of a race record as well as 4 from 4. So a round win, a championship win. It's all on for the Herzog Steel 37 this weekend.
Sam Bates is going to be getting sick of looking at the front of Hayden Jackson's Dodge Challenger in his mirrors because Hayden has not been any further than about 2 car lengths away the entire race distance. He had a face full of him earlier on when he got into the back bumper of the white Mustang, but yeah, here comes LaChalpo, another little lock-up. That was from Jackson. They're all trying hard, but here comes Zach.
Tempest Solutions 21 joining this fight for second position at the moment. Sam Bates, feel like he might not quite be as quick as Hayden Jackson, but very hard to overtake around here unless you've got a clear speed advantage at some point throughout the track, and it's really that slingshot onto the front straight that can line you up for an assault down into turn number 1.
Yeah, Sam, he's doing enough. He hasn't made a mistake, like run deep into Hayden. He just locked up the brakes to allow the opportunity for Hayden to get by. So unless Sam makes a mistake, Hayden's going to have to probably bomb him to do it. And if he does that, he runs the risk of ruining in his own race and a podium. But he's got to be mindful, and he'll be in the mirrors, that he knows that Zach Lachalpo's coming to him as well. The gap's just sort of stabilised now to 0.8, 0.9, so they're doing similar lap times. Lachalpo on the last lap actually was 4 tenths quicker. So Jackson's just done a PB to the first sector on lap 18.
So I just was going to say Josh Haynes has rolled out of it a bit now with 2 laps remaining. He's got a race record.
He's just gone purple.
He got purple in sector 1. He's just missed out on a purple in sector 2 by less than 1/10 of a second. And we know how strong he's been in this third sector all weekend. Maybe we're looking at another 59 from him.
Watch this space. We're watching the timing monitors and trying to watch this battle, which is intriguing. Oh, 59.66. Josh Haynes, take a bow. Okay, now you're just showing
final
off.
lap. Can we go all purples on the final lap?
Now you're just showing off, Josh Haynes. Like, way to rub it in. But in saying that, Bates and Jackson have just done PBs and behind him. So they're sitting their fastest laps at the end of the race. So obviously the fuel loads are lightening up a little bit. But man, we're at the business end of the weekend. 4 races of the 6 Hoosier allocation for the weekend. And these guys are doing their fastest laps right at the end. I think Hainsey might have rolled out of this last one because the first split was a couple of tenths down on his best. But a 59.66 new lap record.
Still at 24.9 in the second sector.
Top qualifier. Yeah, he was only just a shade off in that. Top qualifier, 4 race wins. It doesn't get any more perfect than this.
And here we go, Josh Haynes, the man of steel, comes across for a perfect weekend. He's got 4 race wins from 4 starts. He's got himself a race record. He got the first ever TO2 muscle car win here at the brand new Raceway, and he's taken out the championship for the 2024 season. Sam Bates comes in second. Hayden Jackson only 4 tenths of a second behind in third place, and Zach Lachalpo fighting from 7th position to end up in 4th.
Wow. And Josh Haynes actually went purple in the third sector on the last lap. Wow. Aaron Prosser. Look, this will be a good recovery after some issues with some damages this weekend. Prosser will cross the line in 5th ahead of Michael Coulter, Robbie Farr. I think Robbie Farr is going to be pretty happy with that result because he's had some elbows up racing with some of the drivers around him. Danny Reedy just faded a little bit late in the stages to finish in the 8th position and will be followed by Cam Sendell. But I think some celebrations coming up here very, very shortly for Josh Haynes is the word that we got told before the beginning of this race. So keep an eye on the Herzog Steel 37. Because I think there might be something coming up here. But congratulations to Josh Haynes. What a way to end the championship. New track record. Kubota pole, 3 race wins, and a championship. He's done an outstanding job. Aaron Prosser just going by him. He's been in the wars this weekend. Brad Gardner got back out on track, and he's just offered congratulations to his mate. They go to war on the racetrack, but they're actually pretty good mates, kicking a football around in the pits before the race meetings and things like that. So that's been really, really cool to watch. Gardner, unfortunately, the end of the championship didn't end up the way that he liked. So Josh Haynes taking the victory, 13.7 seconds ahead of Sam Bates, who's had an outstanding weekend, one of the best performers of the weekend for me in the TA2s. Hayden Jackson gets a podium in the dry conditions ahead of Zach Lachalpo, Aaron Prosser, Michael Coulter with another top 6, Robbie Farr with a straight race car, and 7th ahead of Danny Reedy. Danny Reedy will take out the Racetec Rookie of the Year award, and Mark Crutcher the Serco Masters Award, and 3rd overall in the championship. And here we go, some celebrations for Josh Haynes coming up here, hopefully. He's trying to figure out how to get the thing started. And the burnout celebrations from the man of steel, Josh Haynes. Probably picked the hardest part of the racetrack to do some donuts with the banking over their turns 11, 12 and 13. But certainly the ability to enjoy it, and he's going to lay down some smoke in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Somewhere in there is Josh as he fires it out the other side and down onto pit lane. And there's going to be some very excited sponsors and family members, even more so from the previous race where he did tie up the championship. Cool burnout display. He's got some fans down there egging him on. So down onto pit lane goes the Herzog Steel number 37.
What did they say coming into the weekend? You know, will he be a bit conservative? The answer?
No. Right, race highlights. It did not go to plan off the race start. We actually cleared the first 3 or 4 corners, which I was sort of wishing. Prosser settled there into that position. He ran out wide, dropped the wheel off and just fired back across the track and got into Mark Crutcher. They were cleaning up the Hi-Tec oil signs on both sides of the racetrack. A lot of damage to the Mark Crutcher 4 machine. They got Prosser's car patched up and replaced the right front wheel to get him back out on track for a complete restart. Robbie Farr doing a really good job there with the avoidance. Go back to the restart. Brad Gartner starting further back. He would actually disappear with, I think, was maybe a drop cylinder by looking the way the guys were looking under the race car hood when it came back into the pits, because he was definitely managing something. Haynes started to drive away. This battle was race long between Sam Bates and Hayden Jackson, and there was never really probably 2 car lengths between them for the entire race distance, as Haynes just controlled things out in front, got to about 3/4 race distance and went, hey, let's go and set a new track record, which he did. But taking the checkered flag with a dominant victory, a dominant championship in the end as well, and a brand new race record for TO2 here at One Raceway at a 59.6610. Brad Gardner just offering his congratulations to Josh Haynes. A lot of emotion there with the Haynes family. We'll come back and interview all of these guys down on pit lane. Don't go away. We'll be back with more from One Raceway after this short break. Welcome back to One Raceway as we conclude the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Let's cross down to Matt Kavanagh, and he's got a few things to give away.
It's been an absolutely incredible year for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Steve Shelley from One Raceway is here to give out some awards. Now let's kick them off. Of course, the Racetec Rookie of the Year in the number 5, Danny Reedy. Come down. An incredible feat for Danny Reedy. First year in the series. So we sent a trophy to him in the Reedy Racing Chev Camaro. We move on to our Serco Masterclass for our drivers 50 years of age plus. He is the personality behind TA2, Mr. Mark Crutcher in the Crutcher Developments, number 4. What a weekend for this young gun. He's been runner-up twice in this championship. He's got 4 race wins from 4 race starts this weekend. A lap record on the final 2 laps of the race as well. Give it up for the man of steel, the number 37 Hertz Hot Machine, Josh Haynes. Gets himself the winner's garland, the massive championship trophy, and the $5,000 championship ring. Give it up for our winners. Danny Reedy, Racetec Rookie of the Year. Mark Crutcher, our Serco Masters winner, and our outright 2024 TFH Hire Muscle Car Series champion, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing, Josh Haynes. Let's celebrate on the podium.
I can't see.
So Mark Crutcher's just managed to totally blind Josh Haynes on the podium.
That would sting.
Trust me, from personal experience, it does sting in the old eyes. But look, take nothing away from Josh Haynes. Absolutely an amazing result for the championship finally. He's tried hard for a couple of them, but he's finally got it right in 2024. Lots of support down there in the pit area. Maddie Mack's got Mark Crutcher under arrest. So no, congratulations to Josh Haynes. Fantastic effort. Looking forward to 2025 and what lays in wait for Josh Haynes. Wait and see. We'll see how it goes. All right, we've still got a couple of races left to come. We've got Legend Cars Australia out on the racetrack and Formula RX8 to conclude 2024 and the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. I think Dan's going to jump in with me for this one because Maddie was down there doing the podium celebration. So Legend Cars Australia, 5th and final race of the weekend. So this is for the Australian Championship and the Australian title. So the Series Championship and the Australian title here this weekend. And at the moment, Ryan Pring is in the box seat for both points-wise. So leading the overall championship with a round drop and leading the round points as well, which doubles as the Australian title and the entitlement to wear the number 1 on the side of the race car for 2025. We are going to go green here. I'm not too sure how many laps it's going to be. We've got 10 up on the scoring. Scheduled for 10. Let's go green, and we're going 4 wide off the race start. Pring down the inside, and that 333 with the green wheels. Robert Hogan's in the mix. Hayden Williams, Asker Sendell. You've got Brad Goodrich in there as well. Shane Tate. Scotty Morgan in that red number 16 as we go on board with Asker Sendell. Hayden Williams just up ahead, so Sendell sliding into that 4th position. Pring out in the race lead, leading the round points, leading the series points, as the 5 with a handful of opposite lot there. Drew Gibson living dangerously further back through the field. We've talked about this racetrack being absolutely perfect for this class, and look, you just can't say enough about it, Dan. These things and the hypers, absolutely perfect for One Raceway.
Yeah, absolutely. They really do push around this venue as they head around the sequence of corners around the back section of the course. A great start from Hogan, up from 3rd into position number 2. He won the first race of the weekend yesterday, and he is already taking the fight to Pring out in front.
Well, this one's going to get super exciting. Pring Have a look at the points for this round. 397 points. He is 3 points off doing this perfectly and still leading in the 333 machine. But Rob Hogan is the one who's really challenged him the most all weekend in that 46 rocket.
Could we just do tag team commentating? Oh, there's some dramas here because there's a wheel off firing through the infield. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 involved at least. And I'm going to suggest definitely if there's a wheel missing off one of these race cars, there's more than a wheel missing. Coulthard's in there in the 15.
Brett Hayne is
93 of Blake Hayne.
Something's gone wheelie wrong for him.
Oh, that is bad, Matt Kavanagh. But we are definitely going to have a safety car here, which is not what we wanted right at the business end of the championship. They haven't got the call yet that there's a safety car coming up, but they're about to on the front straight. What's for the big D cell?
Just watch perhaps Cassandra, because last time I think he made contact with Brendan Hourigan. He didn't see the yellows too earlier in the weekend. It actually damaged a little bit in the front of his car. So he's pulled that up to number 55. And these two young guns, what a little stoush they're having in these last couple of races in the Legend Cars Australia.
14 and 15 years of age.
Yeah, let's have a look at a replay, a bit of a highlight of what's happened before, because there's a few cars involved in this one. We'll try and dissect it a little bit.
Oh, wow.
Who's in the middle? Oh, nowhere to go. That's Brett Paine.
Hayden was already there. There were 2 cars off in the dirt. One nearly got upside down.
Coulthard is the one that made contact, came around the corner, nowhere to go, into the side.
Unsighted, but the other car that's off to the left there was on its side and nearly got upside down in that trap onto the left-hand side of the circuit. So there was lots going on. It was the 72 of Darren Bradley.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate there. And we're going to have a little bit of recovery time as they get these very small doors open. It's not a large office space, is it, to work with when you come to the Legend Cars Australia? Let's have another look at a replay of the incident that's just happened. That's taken out about 5 cars in the field, unfortunately.
So Coulthard was already stopped. So there's one spinning down the inside. Coulthard comes into the picture now. He's the green and white car. Okay, so Bradley there on his side. So it was the 93 of Hayden that was going around, and Coulthard was sort of in another battle group there and just ploughed.
So Preto's actually gone to try and not make contact. He's been run into then, I think, as well. So that's where that's come from. He's actually trying to avoid the accident. Bradley's run into the side of him, got him very sideways. Preto's rolled away, but I'll be surprised if that hasn't sustained quite a bit of damage on the rear of that car. So really anyone from about 5th place down has somehow been affected by that.
All right, so we are behind Hyundai i30N safety car. Clean up at turn 3 here at One Raceway.
The Simpson Tarash safety gear might have done its job there, I think, some of those drivers. Great supporter of the Legend Cars Australia, and great to see Lockie Ward, who'll be going over to the United States in November to represent the Legend Car World Championships as well. How good this for a young fellow. He's actually going to go over there and stay there for quite a few months. He's going to get a job at the snowfields while he's over there.
Ah, cool deal. Unfortunately, it looks like the Ambo's coming out onto the circuit here, so we might even go red momentarily. So not a good end at the moment here. Let's go back to the podium celebrations with Josh Haynes and Danny Reedy and Mark Crutcher. Is Mark Crutcher going to get a penalty for blinding Josh Haynes?
I don't think he can. Can he get if Mark Crutcher can't get upset with you when you run into the side of his car, can you get upset with Mark Crutcher?
He literally blinded him.
Oh, it is great.
He was blindsided.
I went and gave him a big hug before, and I said, mate, tough luck in that last race. And he said, mate, I'm getting you dusty. Who cares? Let's get on with some celebrations, hey? And he's got his wife here this weekend, and great to have them both here. Big smiles on their faces either way. I think he just enjoys being at the racetrack. Any chance that he possibly can get. Josh Haynes, I mean, we saw last year when he had a family-run team how many people he used to bring to the track. It was probably 20 plus. It was pretty much half of the ACT. Well, guess what? They're here today again. They are here in numbers. The Hertzog banners are everywhere. It is going to be a massive celebration down there tonight.
Wasn't a bad bird burnout, but he picked the hardest part of the track to do it, up on the banking over at 11, 12 and 13. Once he finally got it sorted out, it actually wasn't a bad effort.
I'm going to say the clutch is going to need replacing before next year, because I could smell that as he drove by too. He's got that car nice and warm doing those burnouts, but what a celebration from him. 3 years in the works for Josh Haynes, but he's finally got the championship. We've got a little bit of clean-up for the Legend Cars Australian title, the Legend Cars Australia. We're going to have a short break and come back to that as soon as possible. Well, we return to run one Raceway here as a little bit of a clean-up. Have a look at the fantastic site in the background of this refurbished racetrack, obviously formerly known as Wakefield Park. A couple of new corners there, a few changes, but a brand new race surface and the first national event for all the cars to be held here this weekend. Our Legend Cars Australia are circulating around under safety car at the moment. Unfortunately, we've seen a few cars spin out, make contact, and there's a fair bit of damage out there. One of our drivers just being looked at by our medics at the moment, but it looks like not too far away from trying to get a race restart on this. In the meantime, the race laps are ticking down in the background because we've got a 5 o'clock stop.
And potentially trying to get RX-8s out there for their final race. I can tell you with the RX-8s, Ivan Vantigiato definitely is not going to be on the racetrack because the car's right behind us here in commentary and it's up on the Jacksonville front hanging off it. The only thing that didn't get damaged by the looks of it was actually the radiator that they replaced this morning that they Ubered from Sydney.
Yeah, the oil cooler torn open on the front right of that one. So unfortunately, driver in front actually went from third to second instead of third to fourth.
Oh, that
checked him up,
that
and he's tried to avoid contact. Yeah, so that's what we saw. We thought maybe something else had gone on.
It wasn't really at the braking zone either. So that was the thing I sort of struggled to sort of pick up as to it was just really odd the way that it happened. So yeah, the car in front's unfortunately downshifted into the wrong gear, and
what we didn't pick up on was the 100% shirts that we thought we got all the way through the weekend.
Yes,
and we got our first yellow safety car, we did, unfortunately. So while this clean-up happens, we're going to head down to the pits with Melinda Price.
Ward, this is not how we wanted to end the championship, is it? There was cars and wheels and things flying everywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Look, we had a good year. We're bound to have a big crash like that one. I just really hope Blake's okay. It was a pretty big hit.
Yeah, so we've got some new champions that we will crown too, and not the way they probably want to finish the racing either, but it's been a fantastic season.
Yeah, no, I spoke with Ryan before the race, and his game plan anyway was to sort of back off and just let the boys battle if they wanted to. But he's going to be pretty stoked. That's his second Aussie title and his first national championship. So well done to Ryan and Nick. They run a good show down there, so yeah, well done to them.
I've never seen a racing car driver back off and let the others battle it out. Surely not.
No, I told him you do need to back off, but he was pretty keen on going for the win. I said, mate, think of the bigger picture. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to find out now. I'm pretty sure they're going to red flag it. But yeah, we had a good weekend. The track's great for these cars, plenty of grip, and the facility is awesome. Like Steve and Cam Shelley have done an immaculate job with the track. It's really good.
And it's been great. You and your dad have done a brilliant job as well. It's so great to see the teenagers, the new kids coming through. You're doing a fantastic job coaching them. It's just a really good category. So well done to you guys as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely one of the better categories out there. Just it's a perfect stepping stone up from go-karts. You know, you got understeer, oversteer, high power, and you know you can't beat doing 220k with some of the best blokes on the grid. So it's good fun.
And, of course, you're over to the States in a few weeks to represent Australia and race them over there, so best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be a bit of a challenge compared to here. Those boys are a bit quicker than I think we are here. And then, 120 competitors all fighting for 40 spots in that last final. It's going to be pretty good.
Well, you've got the support of everybody here, that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we've got to echo that sentiment, don't we, that One Raceway is a fantastic venue for these legend cars.
Oh, absolutely. And for me, Lockie Ward, if they do a road course for the legends over, and mate, he'll be as fast as anything over there. If they go ovals, he might struggle, but yeah, if they do a road course sort of deal, whatever they're going to, I think Lockie will be very, very competitive.
Yeah, we wish him all the best, and I'm sure the Australian Motorsport team behind him as he represents us over there. But right now we've got to turn our focus to this championship, and it is how long we're going to be under yellow before they pull a red flag, and we are running out of time. So even under safety car, they are ticking down the laps, and it would be an unfortunate finish to a fantastic weekend of racing for the Legend Cars Australia. They do race 5 races at each of our rounds. We do get a drop round as well. So somewhere in there we've got to calculate the worst points they've scored over their journey this year. Ryan Pring undoubtedly will be up the top, though, because he has scored over 400 points at every round so far. And unless something happens, we get a couple of laps in this one, and he goes right down the field, he's only got to score 3 points to make that 5 or 6 rounds all over 400 points.
Wow, look at the damage to Haynes number 93 there. That was the wheel that parted company that we saw bouncing down the racetrack. Coulthard, unfortunately, involved in there as well in the number 15. So there's no doubt about the Australian title situation with Pring topping the points at the moment if it does finish race. Let's back down to Mel.
Greg Yard, series sponsor, Simpson and Taraji for the Legends category.
Yes, yeah, that's right, Melinda. It's been a wonderful year so far, and it's just unfortunate that the last race of the year has ended up under quite a few laps under yellow.
Yeah, we never want to see that. I see you sitting there at the end of each race with your hats ready to put them on the winners.
Absolutely, yeah. 1, 2, 3. But look, all the guys here have done a wonderful job all year, and it's really great to see that they've been putting on some good, clean racing. This is probably just a racing incident, no malice in it at all. So, no, it's been wonderful racing all year with all the guys.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm sure they would all wish you a great big thank you for supporting the category. So good on you. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful year, and we'll probably do it again next year.
I'm sure everyone will be pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, great series supporter for the Legend Cars. I'm a big Simpson. I've used Simpson products for years and years and years. I haven't for a little while, but yeah, I'm a big fan of Bill Simpson and what he achieved with the safety industry around the world.
Lights are out on the safety car, though. The Hyundai N-Line is going to shoot into the pits. And what have we got? A 2-lap dash.
A green-white checker.
No, I reckon it's a green-white check because it says 2 laps remaining. They haven't crossed the start-finish line. So, yes, green-white checker to finish this race off. Ryan Pring, can he get another 100 points? It'll be an incredible finish this season and top out 497. It'll be his best finish of the year. The 333 green machine, green and silver machine. Can he do it? He's got Rob Hogan right behind him, who's been the fastest challenger we've had so far. Then it's back to Hayden Williams, Asker Sendel and Benny Goodrich, these top 5. Can they go at it for one final lap here for the Legend Cars Australia?
Behave, no safety cars. That's all I'm going to say.
That's all you're going to say. Have a look at Dylan Thomas. He is moving through. He was in 8th position, but I reckon he might have just made 1 or 2 there. They're already going wide onto the dirt. We'll look at them too wide, though, as they head down into turn 5.
So Ryan Pring out in front, final lap, so it is going to be a green-white checker. Haven't seen one of those for a little while. Look, I don't think it was going to change the situation. Pring's been dominant all weekend, and some of the other guys. I mean, Hogan started the weekend on the right foot with a race win, but he's had nothing for Pring for the rest of the weekend. The youngsters have been impressive for both of us, Matt, with Hayden Williams and Asker Sender. They've both done a very, very good job. And again, for me, arguably one of the best categories that we have got a part of the Hi-Tec Super Series over the last couple of seasons.
Definitely the most entertaining from us up here in the commentary box. We've loved having all these drivers go at it race after race after race, and Ryan Pringle gets his 2nd Australian title and his 1st championship win in Legend Cars Australia, the 19-year-old out of Canberra, the apprentice mechanic. What a week in for him. That is going to be plenty of celebrations. Now we need is someone from the ACT to somehow win the RX8s, and it'd be a capital city win.
Well, you can go and have a post-race party with Ryan because he lives in the same street.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, Jeff Connell, who's in our RX8, has had a fantastic weekend. Borrows his mate's trailer from the same street. So it's all happening really when it comes to the Hi-Tec family.
Is Canberra seriously that small?
Feels a little bit like that. Let's have a look at the results from race number 5 this weekend. A very short race with Ryan Pring with another win, followed by Rob Hogan. Hayden Williams and Asker Sendel finish this year on a big high for those young guns. Very big shout out to them. They're going to be ones to watch out for next year. Goodrich back in 5th, Hayden 6th, Morgan in 7th, Dylan Thomas up to 8th, Timmy Reed 9th, and Bruce Duckworth in 10th. So that was very unfortunate for that race, and we wish all of our best to those drivers that are unfortunately involved in that incident. I'm sure they will be all right to talk to a little bit later. We do have to follow the process. Those cars are a little bit banged up. Luckily, you carry most of those parts in the race truck, and they're a very modular vehicle that can be repaired.
Yeah, I think Haynes might need a little bit more than that with the amount of stuff that was peeled off the left front of that car. RX8s, Formula RX8s coming out on the racetrack. The TFH Hire Formula RX8 starting grid for race number 4. Rob Bowden, Brock Paine, Jeff Connell, Justin Lewis, Thomas Derwin, Ayrton Philippi, Terry Lewis, Stacey Vickers, Aaron Hills and Sam Silvestro in your top 10. Go back to Brett Thompson out of 11, Leslie Reeves out of 12, Shad Hassan from 13, Jamie Canellis, Jason Gaylor, Jacob Mayer, and Welsh and Derek Lack for 17 cars on the grid. And I'm going to say there'll be a couple of laps potentially off this one, but actually we're not doing too bad, but we'll get this one out of the way. Championship, how are we looking, Matt?
This one's close. 14 points. Brock Paine has the lead over Rob Bowden after their drop rounds. I don't think they're going to drop any more. This round's going to be better for both of them, I think, if they can try and finalise this one. They're going to be side by side. Obviously, Rob Bowden going to be starting out of P2, but it is alongside his championship contender, Brock Paine, who's been super impressive this year. Really shows on this even format. It comes a lot down to not only tyre pressures, slight suspension changes that they can do with the fairly stock suspension setup, but also the driver ability, and these two young guns right at the front. I mean, Rob Bowden's been in driver search things where he's won drives at Bathurst and places like that. He's an incredible driver, looking for some more challenges, I suppose, and the RX8 series has probably given him that. Brock Paine, we saw how quick he was in similar series before. He's been in his RX7 improved production. He's in the TFH Hire crew, and I'm pretty sure the winner out of this gets himself a lap in a Trans Am car or a TO2 muscle car. So Brock Paine's already in that stable. I think he's going to get more than just a couple of laps in that car if he can take out this championship. It means he's got to finish within 14 positions of Rob Bowden to win it in the inaugural Formula RX8 championship, and we are underway. Rob Bowden looks like he's got the nose in front. Brock Paine, all he's got to do is follow him to the finish, but tell someone to do that who's a race car driver.
No problems with Rob Bowden's clutch on that start.
He's been super impressive in all the starts, really, when we've watched him across the weekend.
On board with Thomas Derwent, so Paine with the 14-point advantage. Effectively, that is 14 positions. So if Paine ended up down the back of the field, that would change the complexion, but with the worst round drop into it, it makes it a little bit more challenging. But pretty much if Brock can sort of stay where he is and not have to force the issue, it'll be enough for him to tie up the inaugural Formula RX8 Championship.
Yeah, that drop round really changes things up when you look at it across the weekend. So, but remembering Sydney, our first race, they did not accumulate any points for. So those that have been in the top 5 throughout the year, they're always going to be dropping out round number 1. As we see Ayrton Philippi out on the dirt just a little bit, pushed the fraction wide there as Justin Lewis dives down in the number 11, and Ayrton might get him on the inside here.
Yeah, Lewis with a very, very deep run, but he sort of rolled up the hill. He tried to get it turned in, and there's like a little lip in the middle of the corner that you roll over, and it just sucks you up the hill. So Philippi was struggling with locking wheels, breaking flat spotting tyres in the previous race. Spit it out, Jamie.
So a little bit of background on that. I talked to him in the break is that he had an ABS light on that, and there's a fault on that system, so he was struggling with the brakes on the car and hoping that someone down there might be able to help him out and get a scan tool or something like that to try and diagnose the issue.
All right, so Bowden out in front, Paine in second. He's just gone purple to the first sector. Connell, Lewis, that's Justin Lewis, Terry Lewis. Terry Lewis having one of his better weekends because usually he's underneath someone else's race car and doesn't tend to get to concentrate on running his own car.
It's got to be the widest RX8 out there in the fleet because he held off Rob Bowden in the last race.
In that reverse grid race, yeah.
Experience, I'm telling you, former production car winner back in the 90s, so he's done very well.
So Bowden in control out here at the moment. Things just settling down. Definitely don't need a safety car, and we've talked about it all season going in to they got a safety car in the second to last race. There's been t-shirts printed for 100% record, which are now worth nothing.
Well, they'll be great when you're racing your go-kart.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they get
even
turned
so,
around.
One safety car over a 6-round series is impressive. It has been impressive.
Yeah, 24 races it'll make at the end of this for one safety car run at this point in time. That is a phenomenal feat from any category.
99%? Maybe you could just cross out the 100 and mark a 99 on it in its place. So you could still use them.
Yeah, potentially. We can make that happen.
I guarantee it's not 99%.
Justin will find a way.
I'm not very good at maths.
Brock Paine, I think he might actually be happy with second place here because I haven't seen him not be all over the back of Rob Bowden in a challenge like this the entire series.
No, pretty much exactly right. There's the 46 and the 42 together. That's Philippi and Derwent. So they are in the 6th and 7th spots. Then we go back to the 73. Aaron Hills is in behind them in 8th. Stacey Vickers in 9th. And Silvestro in 10th in the number 55.
Who's coming on the inside? The hats have been hit up, and that's Terry Lewis in the 29.
That's probably going to be frowned upon from race control, I'm thinking. The reason the hats were put there for not the ability to not be able to do that. Oh, Lewis with a big handful, and it continues on. He had about 3 goes to try and get that corrected. That would have been the classic left-right seesaw on the steering wheel to try and gather that back up. He did pretty good to gather it back up because that was going. Ooh.
Oh, I tell you what. He did not back off at all. He powered out of that one. You know, when in doubt, power out. And that's what Terry Lewis did. Let's have a look at these lap times, though. Connell, fastest lap of the race at the moment. Oh, there's Terry Lewis.
He did gone.
Yeah, he's gone for a bit of lawn mowing out the back there.
So that'll be up the top of the circuit because that's down to...
Did he back off at all? Someone in the background, there might be cars spun around. There was a lot of dust. I'm not quite sure if it was cars with wheels off or potentially one facing the wrong way.
It didn't actually hurt him that much unless they've all gone at the same time because Derwent...
Just trying to see if anything's dropping down our screen. I thought
and Philippi was there as well. So, again, he's just shortcut. He's just opened up his own door, but the cone he's already knocked over.
He moved that first.
Yeah, I'd say he's going to get a naughty boy after this one with that little effort there. So just a couple of laps. So they have taken a couple of laps off this one, just with the time constraints. We are getting towards the 5 p.m. curfew here at One Raceway, which is one of the deals with reopening it here. As on board with a
real big moment, really.
Man, was that a reaction?
Our boys at the front going, Rob Bowden's still leading this, and I think Brock Payne's going to hand him his easiest victory of the season, really.
Well, all three of them would be looking forward to taking straight race cars home, because I think across the 3 cars there's probably not a mark on them. Bowden's definitely had some marks off the previous. Was it the bend where he stuck it in the fence?
No, it was actually where he grabbed the rubber tyre wall, and that was in practice. So he'll be happy to come away with this one straight, because that's the least vehicle this year as he sort of dips his toe into the Formula RX8 family to see how he can go with the championship and also see how it goes on the budget as we come into our final lap of the year for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series and the Formula RX8s here at One Raceway. And here we see, have a look at Brock Paine, noses the bumper of the TFH High number 33 right on the back of the 15 of Bowden. Jeff Connell in the background going, if you guys want to go at it, I'm happy to take another victory.
Well, he's sitting there, and if they do get together, which I don't think is going to happen. I don't think Payne's going to force the issue, or is he? Connell's just going to sit there and say thank you, but it is the last lap run, so first and second in the championship, first and second and first in that order.
You going to go there?
Yeah, no, I just confused myself, so don't worry about it. It's been a long weekend.
Have a look at Brock Payne's run, though, in this series. He has had 4 pole positions now from 6 races. He had 9 wins in a row in the end. In the end now, it looks like he has got himself 11 race wins, countless runner-ups. It's going to be another one here as he comes in second to Rob Bowden, who gets the win in the final race of the Hi-Tec Oils 2024 season here at One Raceway. Jeff Connell in third. Justin Lewis will come home in 4th. And I think we're going to see Terry Lewis there? Yes. Philippi in 6th. Thomas Derwin in 7th. Hills comes across in 8th. Then it's back to Shat Hassan in 9th. Sam Silvestro in 10th. Thompson in 11th. Canellis, Reeves, Vickers, Galla, Lack and Marr in 17th. And these guys, they're going to be happy either way. You saw the camaraderie they had last night. Brock Payne's team actually gave Rob Bowden's team a brand new clutch. They didn't use it, but they took it in case they needed it. And that's when you're coming down with a championship decider, what it's all about. Mates racing with mates. And Rob Bowden gets the race win in race 4 for the Formula RX8s in the final race for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series for 2024. Brock Paine clinches the championship, coming runner-up in 2nd position and ends up winning by 13 points. Jeff Connell in 3rd position, coming off a race win in the last race as well, so it's been super impressive to watch them go at it. Some fantastic names, and the Van Vardagiato, what a tough weekend for him. Didn't make it out there again, but it's been a bit of a highlight of our series, hasn't it, having the Estonian here?
Oh, absolutely. And he's Italian.
The Italian. Oh, he's got the passport now. The boys have said it to him. Have a look at our championship points. Brock Paine, 13 points over Rob Bowden. Jeff Connell, not too far behind, actually, in his maiden series in racing as well. Thomas Derwin, just behind him on 287. Van Vardagiato still ends up 5th for his first year.
Edson Philippi in 6th, Justin Lewis in 7th, Terry Lewis in 8th, Steve Devjack 9th, and Shad Hassan making up the top 10 for the CFH Hire Formula RX8s.
Let's have a look at what we're going to do in 2025 as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. It's all going to kick off at the home at Winton Motor Raceway, March 29 and 30. We're going to head back to Sydney Motorsport Park in May. Queensland, well, it's nice and sunny and warm up there when the rest of the place is freezing. We've got Queensland Raceway followed by Morgan Park, and then back to Queensland Raceway in August. We go back to the Bend, and will we take on the 5-kilometre track again? We're not quite sure. A TBC in October. And of course, we finalise things out at Winton Motor Raceway back in November. What a way to finish off our Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. It's been an absolutely fantastic year, the 2nd year that we have been running. The 1st year for the Formula RX8s. It's been great to have the Legend Cars Australia on for the full season as well. The TA2 muscle cars, to me, just keep getting better and better though, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had some great classes come in and be with us as well, with the Formula Vs, with huge fields. Really impressed with the HyperX ones, with the Australian Drivers' Championships. Roll on 2025.
Well, it's been an absolutely massive year at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We thank all of our viewers, everybody who's come and watched us at the track, watched us on TV. We can't do it without all your support. It's been fantastic from all the racers who have joined us across the series as well. We can't wait to bring you all the excitement and entertainment of the TA2s and the rest of the race cars in 2025. And please watch all of our socials and join us for the next season of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.